Morning, my name is Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, January 28th, 2025. This is a case review for Jesse Jones. It says of parole conditions, inmate number 254223. Present this morning are Chairperson Ms. Berry, Board Member Mr. Rodriguez, and Board Member Ms. Staple.
Thank you. It's our understanding that Mr. Jones has 4 years special parole to follow his 3-year sentence of incarceration. And for conditions, I have no consumption of an alcoholic beverage, no co-defendant, Khalid Howell. Yep, domestic violence in a halfway house. Is there anything else?
No.
All right. I'm sorry?
Not from me.
Okay, all right. There's a motion to set the following conditions for Mr. Jones, 254233. No consumption of an alcoholic beverage, no contact with a co-defendant, power, domestic violence in the community in a halfway house. Is there a second?
Sir.
All in favor? Aye.
This concludes the case review for Jesse Jones, 5423. Good morning, my name is Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, January 28th, 2025, and this is a case review for J. McClelland to set special parole conditions, inmate number 414854. Present this morning are Chairperson Ms. Berry, Board Member Mr. Rodriguez, and Board Member Ms. Staple.
Thank you. It's our understanding that Mr. McLemore waived his discretionary parole and he has 2 years of special parole to follow his 2 year, 1 day of incarceration. And I have a halfway house that he's requested to be released to, and I also had anger management. Is there anything else?
I go through, I also had mental health. Someone doesn't needs to about alcohol.
Yeah, he's a 2, and it said, yeah. He said,
I'm good. I'm good.
okay. All right. So with regard to J. McLemore, 414854, move to set the following special parole conditions. You are to participate in anger management in the community and you'll be released to a halfway house. Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye.
This concludes the case review for J. McClelland.
Perfect time.
Good morning, my name is Williams. Today is January 28th, 2025. This is a hearing of Connecticut Board of Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certifying they see all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Morning, I'm panel member Barry.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
And I'm Ellen Zappo-Sasu.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Kurt Spletzer, 352268.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Kurt Spletzer, 352268. He is serving a sentence of 5 years execution suspended up to 3 years, 5 years of probation for violation of protective order. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of November 15, 2024. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed the following programs. Domestic violence in Tier 2. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in a high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, I think I should be granted parole because I've changed a lot in the last last 2 years. I know I had you know, I stumbled a little bit in the beginning. Before I was sentenced, I was scared. I was looking at a lot of time. So, you know, and I was dealing with a lot of depression. I lost my family and my whole life flipped upside down. And, but, you know, since then, I have been fully focused on my, you know, recovery and changing my ways, you know, my thinking, basically. I realized that my main problem is my emotions. I was letting my emotions control my thinking and my actions. And that's what was getting me into trouble. And so I have been, you know, working on that, you know, through, I did the Tier 2 program. I did several programs through the mental health unit, like a stress management, relaxation, and cognitive behavioral therapy. And then I'm also in the Tier 4 program right now. And I also attend AA and NA meetings, you know, as often as I can, regularly. You know, I chair the meetings. I'm a big player in those. I love AA and NA. Anyway, so, you know, in the last, you know, in the last 21 months, I realized that I made a major mistake in what I did to get here. And, you know, I can't take back, you know, I can't change the past, but all I can do is worry about the future. And, you know, I want to get home to my son. So, and I want my son to have somebody that he can look up to. And so that's very important for me to, you know, to better myself as a human being and as a father, you know, to have somebody that, as my son grows older, somebody that he can look up to. And so, like I said, I've been in these programs and I've been working on myself and learning how to control my thinking patterns. And, you know.
So Mr. Spletzer,
Yes.
we appreciate the work that you've done on yourself, sir. And we also can recognize your desire to get back out into the community to reunite with your son. We heard that you're working on your recovery and that's a priority to you. So all of those things sound really positive. And so before you start repeating yourself, because
I'm sorry.
no, it's okay. Listen, I understand that this is a big deal. And you want to make sure that you tell us everything that you think we should know about you. But we do have specific questions that we prepared in connection to your case and your discretionary parole. So would you mind if we started with those questions?
Yes, of course.
Okay. All right. So what's going to happen is each of us will take turns asking you questions. Then when we're done, we do have victim input for your case. So we will turn it over to our victim's advocate. And once they're done with the statement, we will deliberate. You can sit there and listen, and then we'll give you our decision. Okay?
Yes.
We wish you the best of luck, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez will begin with questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Spletzer.
Good morning.
Just a few areas I want to just talk to you about a little bit, that I want to have some better understanding. Thank you, you know, for your opening statement that you gave us. You did share some of the programming that you've taken. That's a positive thing. And the first initial question is: you said you were in Tier 4. When is that going to end for you?
I think it's like a 6-7 month program, and
When did you start?
I've been in it since around Christmas time, so it's still like 5 or 6 more months, I think.
Okay. Thank you for that, sharing that. So there's a couple of areas of concern that I have in looking at your information that we can talk a little bit about. One is, you understand you violated a criminal protective order.
Yes.
You know what it means to have a criminal protective order.
Yes.
And you understood that before you violated it.
Yes. Yes.
And you also understand that that order it doesn't expire until 2044.
Yes.
So what does that mean for you?
That means no contact or anything with my ex-wife, and I believe my son is under that still, but I want to work on fixing that when I get out, taking the right legal way to,
Oh,
Get to
I'm
see
glad
my
to hear
son.
that. I'm glad to hear that. You're looking at a legal way of taking care of that situation. I'm not going to go into. I'm not going to relitigate the case. I don't want to, go back over what happened. It's obvious that this happened, and what I didn't hear from your opening statement, that concerns me a little bit, is your remorse related to this particular situation. So I want to hear a little bit about that. What are your
Yeah.
feelings about the victim in this?
yeah, I do. I feel really bad about what I did. I didn't understand the severity of my actions at the time. I guess I'm sure I scared her half to death, and she could probably, she'll never be able to trust me again, I'm sure. And, and I'm sure there's stuff that comes with that, like even PTSD or something. And that hurts me to even think about that. And I would never want to, do anything to harm her. She's my son's mother, and I do love her and respect her. And it was just a horrible mistake, and I really am sorry for her and everything that I did that day. It was I wish I could take it back. I really do.
Well, yeah, I mean, I found it interesting that when you wanted to communicate with her, and the way you did was to kick the garage door and try to kick something in. And I'm not sure how you thought that was a way of being able to set up positive communication to be able to work some of these things through. Were you high at the time? Were you intoxicated or high?
I was intoxicated. I had stopped and got and drank some liquor. Yes. Yes.
That was an unusual way of thinking that you would be able to communicate with her.
Yeah, I took the wrong route. I guess when I got to the door and it was locked, I was just so upset. There's no reason I could have done that. I don't know why I kicked the door. That was horrible. That was disgusting. I don't like thinking about it. The fact that I did that is horrible.
Yeah, because there were some other things in your past that related to a little bit of something like this. You had a BOP in the past, a breach of peace in the past. So there were some other things in your prior history. I'm glad that you took Tier 2 and your domestic violence. I think those are important programs to take. What I'm trying to understand, when did you finish domestic violence?
I finished that in December.
Okay. In December, you got a ticket for disobeying a direct order. Also, you had a ticket in July for fighting. These are somewhat recent tickets for you.
Okay.
What?
Can you explain that? Yeah. Okay. So the one in December, honestly, I misread the corrections officer at the time. He had spoken to somebody next to me about switching seats in the town hall, and then so I had done it after the fact. And he took that as, as directly disrespecting him because he had just told somebody else where I was present. He took it as, he had already told me. And so I guess I didn't mean to disrespect him like that. It was just a friend that I haven't seen in over a year. And I switched seats in the town hall, and it just, yeah, he really upset him, and so he gave me that ticket, and that was a silly mistake. I misunderstood, what was going on there, really. And as for the fighting ticket, sir, that I was not fighting, actually. I had something stolen from me, and then when I went to get it, I got forced into a cell, and then I was basically beat on. And then when I got out of there, I passed the corrections officer, and he said, "What the heck happened to you?" He saw my face, And, you know, they say, you know, like I couldn't, you know, I couldn't tell I was new to this prison for just a couple of weeks. And I just kept my mouth shut and I took the ticket instead of, you know, explaining everything that happened, which was a big mistake because now I'm really regretting it. I should have just explained what happened. But, you know, I was scared at the time, to be honest with you. So, yeah, the fight, I don't like fighting. I'm not a fighter. I'm really not a confrontational person. I really try to avoid confrontation the most that I can. And I know these tickets may look bad, but I've never had tickets before in my life.
We look at them in terms of your be able to adjust to your situation. You know, your adjustment within the institution. I mean, we get people who've been in it for many more years than you have and have no tickets. So, I mean, you know, it can happen and it does happen. But I mean, I'm hearing what you have to say about it.
Yeah, I'm just I'm sorry. I'm just a fish out of water in these places. It's very hard for me to I don't know. I guess fit in. To really understand how things run in these places, and it was hard for me to manage myself in these places because, you know, I'm not used to being, you know, all alone like that, I guess. It was very difficult for me, sir. And
yeah, I understand. My concern would be that if you can't manage yourself in a structured kind of place, how will you be able to manage yourself outside when you don't have the kind of structure that you currently have? You know, that would be one of my concerns. I don't know if you want to respond to that.
No. That's, I understand what you're saying. But no, I manage myself. I manage myself just fine, sir. You know, in terms of it being a structured place, like these incidences, like that wasn't, you know, with a structure. That was more of that was like a prison, like lifestyle prison, you know, prison etiquette, I guess, situation. You know, it was, you know what I'm saying? So.
I got you.
That's what I'm saying. That was hard for me to relate. Like sometimes I don't even understand what half these people are even saying when they're talking to me. So that's what I mean. It's hard for me to adjust.
Okay, so you're taking some programming that should have given you some skill sets to be able to deal with those kinds of things. What did you learn from the program that you've taken, your DV participation and your participation in Tier 2?
Oh, I learned a lot about like coping skills. I learned how to you know, I need to, before I make decisions, I need to play the tape through. I need to, you know, think about the consequences of my actions before I make moves. I need to not let my emotions, you know, drive my actions, what I'm doing. I need to take breaths, walk away. Play the tape through, definitely. That's a big thing that I've been skipping, you know, in my past things because I've just been, you know, reacting and then dealing with the consequences as they come. It was an impulsivity issue with me. And so, yeah, I've learned a lot of that. And then when it comes to like domestic violence, I learned a lot that a lot of things are, you know, considered domestic violence that, you know, I didn't realize that I was, you know, acting, you know, a certain way. I thought things were okay in terms of like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, you know, I guess like me coming home from work and being really communicating with my wife, you know, I mean, she was seeing that as, you know, I was being standoffish and kind of intimidating. And I didn't realize that some of my actions were actually, affecting her more than they were. You know, I was trying to figure that out. I learned a lot about that stuff in domestic violence. And when it comes to Tier 2 and everything, you know, I learned a lot of coping skills, and I learned a lot about myself and why I was doing what I was doing. You know, my mistakes, my impulsivity, and my letting my emotions gain control. And I just need to. I need to learn to take breaths and assess the situation and try to de-escalate, you know, more often and not just, you know, jump off the bridge. You know what I'm saying?
Can Can you share with us, what you see as a positive relationship now?
A positive relationship?
What constitutes a positive relationship?
A positive relationship is one, with communication and openness, where, everything's on the table and people aren't, hiding anything from each other, not talking behind anybody's back or anything. And then if there's any issues, you need to discuss it. And if you have to get a third party in there to try to work through things. And, a healthy relationship is, being there for the other person and trust and having each other's back and being each other's best friend and, and
Is that something you think? Is that something you think you can live up to?
Oh yes, definitely. I really am usually a really decent guy. I let my my substance abuse kind of affect my decisions a lot in the past, and that's really my issue. When I'm sober and clean and everything, I really don't have many issues at all. I'm a very empathetic person. I try to make sure that my significant other, so I'm trying to make sure that she's happy and taken care of. That's very important to me. And so honestly, like with my past relationship with my ex-wife now, we're since divorced, honestly, like, it's very important to me to make sure that she felt, okay and everything. And we did talk. We were actually seeing a marriage counselor once a week when everything happened, and so I didn't understand, I guess, completely where her head was at, because I kind of got blindsided by a lot of this stuff when I got hit with this protective order, and that's kind of why I was so confused. I didn't really understand if she was feeling like this. Why didn't we discuss this in these therapy sessions and things like that? I think that communication is number one. Trust and communication is very important in a healthy relationship. Taking accountability for your actions,
That's okay. I appreciate that. So now I want to get to the main problem you just stated, which is you're a 5 as your score for drug for substance use. And you've taken quite a few substances. And you've just said that was your main driving force in a lot of this. So now tell me, you went through tier 2, that gave you some information around substances. What's your plan coming out to deal with your substance abuse issues?
Yes, sir. My plan, honestly, well, I have a job at a printing company that I worked at, a couple of years ago. Anyway, they're expecting me to come back, but down the street from that is Connecticut Counseling Centers, and they have the methadone program, which I'm on right now. I put myself on the methadone program, so I've been doing that every morning. And anyway, I want to continue that. And then also I want to explore, working with counselors and possibly maybe even starting off with like an IOP, like a few nights a week or something. And then, working to like a relapse prevention or something. And, I want to make sure that I'm doing everything correctly. And I don't want to leave any doors unopened. I want to explore everything possible and make sure that I'm doing everything right, because I don't want to jeopardize my chances of being in my son's life and being a good father to my son. And I know that me using and anything like that, ever using again, I can't pick up you know what they say, like, once too many, thousand's never enough. And I'm a firm believer in that. I can't even have a beer, and I don't want one. I really, and I feel like that part of my life is it's in the past. I'm so far done with it, but I do want to continue in programming. And then also at the same time, I want to get involved with AA, not necessarily NA, but I prefer AA, but you know, I've done it in the past and I really liked it and everything. And I've chaired meetings and I want to get involved with that and, you know, and just get, you know, a small group of, you know, sober, like-minded guys that, you know, we can hold each other accountable. And, you know, I really want to move forward with my life and just put this all in the past. And
All right, so, and my other question is then, do you think you should be finishing tier 4?
Honestly, tier 4 is, you know, it's great, but a lot of it is just really going to meetings. And I feel like if I'm going to be doing this on the outside anyway, I kind of would rather get on the outside and then start that leg of things and developing a group of sober, like-minded people on the outside, because that's where I'm going to be, you know, in the real world. And I feel like the longer I'm in here, I'm kind of just prolonging, you know what I mean? You know, not that I'm not learning anything. It's kind of more of just, you know, go to meetings and so I feel like I can just do that on the outside and then get started with you know, the rest of my life.
Well, I can understand that, but for me, that it would seem to me that tier 4 would be something you would want to finish, so that you could have a much stronger relapse plan on the outside, because there you could begin to set up all of your sponsors and CCAR and all those things that come along with being able to have a solid relapse plan. I wouldn't want you coming out and not have all those kinds of things prepared. I think, you know, you're making some progress. You've done your DV, you've done your tier 2. I think this was a really good next step, was the tier 4. And that sounded very positive when you first stated it. So for me, I would, you know, want to see you at least complete that tier 4 to be able to really kind of put a strong foundation for yourself around relapse prevention, since alcohol has been a major issue. Substances have been a major issue for you. You've had priors for driving under the influence. You've had, you know, other issues related to your intoxication. You know, you had an intox ticket in February. I mean, I think definitely, you know, I would want to see you at least finish tier 4. So that's my concern. In addition to the work that you said you want to do when you come out, are there any other goals that you want to complete when you're back on the outside? And what's your support system on the outside, separate from programming?
On the outside, I have my family. I have my father and my brother and my sister, and I have a few good friends that I've been friends with for you know, going on 20 years now, that have, you know, really had my back through everything that's going on. You know, and so, you know, with them, like I said, I also want to grow this, you know, with people, you know, from the rooms, from meetings and everything. But I do have a pretty decent support system out there, you know. I don't have, you know, I have people that believe in me, you know, that want the best for me, and they want to see me succeed. I
didn't remember seeing any verifiable employment. You don't have any employment that's been verified.
I have a letter from
guaranteed job. You have to look for work.
Oh, I have a guaranteed job. Yes, I do. I don't know.
I didn't see any verified.
Yeah, I don't know how I could have. I don't know. I didn't know the correct route to take to get. Like, I have a letter from my employer saying that he can't wait for me to get out. I have it here with me now. I mean, I've never done this process before. I didn't realize until just recently that it was like a Zoom meeting. I was under the impression I could hand you guys some of my documents and stuff. So like, I have a letter from, you know, my employer where he can't wait for me to get out so I can go back to work with him. And
who is that? Who is that?
His name is Kevin O'Connor. The company is called Enhance a Color. Yeah, Enhance a Color.
Oh,
it's a printing company. Enhance, ENHANCE.
Got it.
A color. The color is spelled COLOUR, like the British spell it, I guess. And that's in Danbury on Old Newtown Road. And I worked for them in the past until before I came in, I had left them, and when I worked at Kimberly Clark, and I was a manufacturing mechanic with them when everything happened when I came in here.
Okay.
But so they want me back there, so I'm going to go back and work with them. My brother actually is employed with them for over 6 years now. I worked with them for about 3 years. They want me back, so like I said, I have a letter from them and everything.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't have any additional questions at this point. I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues for their questions. I appreciate you answering my questions this morning, and I wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. So, Mr. Spletzer, I just want to follow up with a few things that you discussed with my colleagues, but just bear with me first as we go over some of the facts of your case. The first thing that is that although you were convicted of violating a protective order, there were several other charges that you received in connection to your behaviors. And these behaviors happened over quite some time. It looks like you have, like my colleague said, you had some disorderly conduct, assault third, and that happened in May. And then you got the violation of a protective order, but we'll come back to that shortly. So in terms of your risk to recidivate, sir, you rate out high, which means the chances of your returning back to prison are relatively high, which puts the community at risk. And those numbers are based on your criminal history, your age, some of the things that you've done in the past to address your substance abuse issues. I see your score is a 3 in terms of mental health. So that's also an issue that you haven't even discussed with my colleague. Since you've been in the prison, you've received 3 disciplinary infractions. And you talked about 2 of them with my colleague, but the most concerning one for me is the Suboxone back in February of last year, where you overdosed and you had to be sent to the hospital, right? And how long
Yes.
were you in the hospital?
I was in there for about 3-4 days.
So, I mean, honestly, to come into a prison, take some drugs that you don't even know what they contain, and have to be transported via ambulance to the hospital because you, in essence, were dead until they revived you, right? So it just shows to me, as a board member reviewing your file, the continuation of the poor decisions has been an issue for you. So I was happy to hear you discuss your impulsivity, but at 35, you really should have had the impulsivity under wraps. The next thing that I would like to address with you is the fact that I'm interested in hearing, my colleague said that he didn't want to relitigate the case. And that's not what our jobs are here today. We're not here to determine your innocence or your guilt. But I would like to hear you explain to this panel what it is that you did to this victim and how you behaved to have this protective order be placed on you initially. So tell us, how long had you dated this victim?
I was married to her. She was my wife. We've been together.
That, but before she was your wife, how long were you guys dating?
2 or 3 years.
Okay. And so you were married 2 years, and then you were married for how long?
Yeah. And then we were married for 3 years, 2.5 years.
Okay. So altogether, about 5 years, you've been dealing with this lady.
Yes.
Okay. And so when did this, these behaviors, these aggressive behaviors start towards her?
I never really had any aggressive behaviors towards her, honestly. This was really just one incident, and it was honestly an accident. Your Honor.
It wasn't an accident. It wasn't an accident. You went there knowing that there was a protective order in place.
Oh,
Why
that-
was there
I'm
a
sorry.
protective order in
No,
place?
not that, I'm sorry. There was a protective order in place because, it was a few weeks before that incident. And I had gone out of work because I was exhausted and I was not feeling well. She had gotten back from bringing our son to daycare. She was upset with me for calling out of work. She was getting me up. She said she wanted to make the bed, get up. I said, please leave me alone, please leave me alone. I got upset and I grabbed the pillow and I went to throw the pillow and the pillow struck her in the face. I honestly didn't even realize that I even hit her or anything. She didn't say anything after that. That's the last time I've actually spoken to her. I went downstairs, to our basement, went on the couch and went back to sleep. And then I woke up hours later to police saying that, that she went to the police and saying that I struck her in the face.
So Mr. Spletzer, so you think that this one incident made your ex-wife go to the police and get a restraining order against you? This isolated incident, there was nothing leading up to this, because if that's what happened, I could see myself saying, well, I startled him or whatever the case may be. But there had to have been something else that the two of you experienced that caused this victim to be afraid of you, and afraid of what you may do to her. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't hear you. You're putting a lot of blame on this victim for her behaviors. I need to hear what Kurt did. What did Kurt do to this lady?
I guess I was intimidating. I was intimidating to her. She, like I said, I was exhausted. We were splitting apart since we had my son. My son was 11 months old when this happened. Since we had my son, we were having disagreements on parenting conditions. We were having a lot of disagreements about that. Like I said, we were seeing a marriage counselor once a week until this happened. And honestly, I didn't think I can't think of anything that I was really doing to have her actually go and put a restraining order and everything on me. Honestly, that came out of left field. I really don't understand where that came from.
Okay. All right. And so that means that the divorce thing came out of left field too?
Yes, everything came out of left field, yes.
So you don't think that there was anything that you've done to this lady that would warrant her from being in a relationship with you for a number of years to just say, I can't do this anymore, we're going to get a divorce?
Like I said, we were having a lot of differences.
A lot, but what were the differences about? Finances, your behaviors, I heard you talk about the parenting piece, but you said your son had only been 11 months old when you guys split. So that couldn't have been the bulk of the problem. I mean, I'm needing you to take some ownership of what the role that you've played in all of this. That's neither here nor there. So what leads me to my next point is that you said to the officer when you were interviewed that you have no co-parenting issues with this victim. And that's not true. Who has a protective order against their ex-spouse if they're not fearful of their actions? So how can you co-parent with a protective order in place?
I honestly, I got to figure that out. I really don't know how it's going to go.
So why would you make the statement that you have no co-parenting issues with her?
Oh, I'm saying I'm going to take every legal avenue possible. I'm sure there's a way to have
that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question, though, sir. The question was, with this victim of your domestic violence, were there any issues with her in parenting your child? And the question, yeah, there was, but you said that there was not. So if for this victim to be
I'm confused.
It's okay. The question from the officer was, do you have any parenting issues with your victim? And you answered no, but you clearly do.
Yes. Yes, no, we definitely did. Yeah, I don't know why I said no. I don't know which one you're referring to. Maybe when it all happened that time.
I don't know, but the Officer Williams came to see you, and he had a list of questions, and that was one of them. Nonetheless, let's move forward. I mean, all of these offenses, sir, you only have received one conviction, but they were a compilation of things. We didn't talk about your punching the officer in the face, you're acting foolish when you were apprehended by the police, like you just didn't want to be detained. You didn't talk anything about this nanny that was at your house with your son, who you terrorized because you were acting foolish outside that house, kicking the door, trying to get in. I mean, you didn't talk anything about your threats to your brother, saying that you should come to his job and punch him in the face because he didn't side with you in court. You didn't talk anything about telling the officers that you were going to slit this lady's throat from ear to ear. I mean, it's a bunch of stuff, sir. Who says that stuff about people that they love? And these officers who are trying to do their jobs, why did he deserve to be punched in the face or disrespected?
He doesn't.
Yeah. It's in the grand scheme of things, sir, I started with the facts of this case, and the facts are that you rate out high. You did poorly since you've been in the facility. Although you've taken some programs, I'm not really sure that you have really accepted responsibility for the things that you've done that caused you to be in there. You talked about your being a fish out of water. How do you think your ex-wife felt in her own home unsafe because of you? I mean, you have to see that you're there because of you and the things that you have done. And I think that is that you still have a lot of things to address. What I would suggest to you, though, is that you participate in maybe a parenting class, because that will be helpful for you when you finally do try to get custody of your child. They will want to see that you're capable of maintaining your sobriety and all that stuff. And the class would only make you look a little better on paper. And one last question. You were in an inpatient treatment in 2018, right?
Yes.
And how long was that program?
That was a 28-day program, and then I went to a Christian living house after that for another 9 months.
And how long were you sober after that?
I was sober for just over a year.
And what caused your relapse?
Stress. I was depression, and honestly is what I've been dealing with my entire life. I was depressed.
Okay, so I didn't hear you talk about that piece being part of your relapse prevention plan. I'm glad that you're on the medicated assistance program, but there's something else underlying that is causing you to act in these erratic, as you said yourself, impulsive way. So you really need to focus on that piece too. I understand that dual diagnoses are difficult to manage, but it's possible. And until you understand that and that you can bridge the two, I think we're going to be having this conversation again and again. So I appreciate your speaking with me, Mr. Spletzer. Ms. Zappo, do you have questions?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Spletzer. I just want a little bit of clarification on what you've put in place for a potential release plan. It noted in the reports that we read that your father was willing to sponsor you, or if that didn't work, that you were willing to do a halfway house. You mentioned today that you've already looked at confirming your employment with enhanced color, and that you have acknowledged the proximity of Connecticut counseling to your workplace. So I'm going to try to finish on a positive note for you. You've acknowledged that your sobriety is your number one priority in the reports that I've read. And I think that that's a really emerging, important step for you to acknowledge. There are recommendations in the reports that we've read for things that you've already mentioned and acknowledged, the individual therapy, medication management, and extensive concentration on your psychological well-being as you move forward. I think that I concur with my colleagues that Tier 4 is a really helpful tool for you. Right now, you're within a structured environment where things, tend to happen according to a certain pace. And our job is to ensure suitability as you go back into the community. And it's for you to be successful. It's for you to be successful in whatever happens, in the long term with your relationship with your son, the relationship with the rest of your family. So this is a big deal right now, because it's in essence, all the work that you're doing right now is setting you up for the future. So to my original point, tell me about your father, what he's bringing to the table in terms of acting as your sponsor, and what that looks like. What does a day in the community look like once you've been released at some point in the future?
Okay, my father my father's like my best friend right now. Since my mom passed away, 12 years ago, me and my dad have grown a lot closer. He's been there for me, this whole time I've been in here. He's the one I call. I call him like every other day, basically, and, check in with him and let him know how I'm doing and everything. He really got my back. Sorry. My dad is, he's my hero. He, he's an aircraft mechanic and a pilot. So, I grew up with my dad was, he was super dad. So he's really important in my life. And, he's a good guy. He's looking out for me. He's got my best interests at heart. And in terms of, we just bought a house together a few months ago. So I'm going to be living with him, obviously. And, I'm really looking forward to that. As he gets older, I'm glad that I would be there for him. And him for me, likewise. We can, I feel like we're going to make a good team. Obviously, working around the house and everything, you know what I mean? So and like an average day out there, I believe was your second question. I wake up in the morning and, I read my devotionals and I pray to God and, and I use that to get me through the day. I try to stay positive in everything I do. And so, my plan when I get out there is to, continue this practice. And like I said, go to work. I've always worked, no problem. I like working, they like me, everything's great with that. Go to work, and then when I get out, I'd like to be involved, like I said, with AA and and programming, and going to church and things like that. And then also, like I said previously, if I can get my son for the weekends or something, I really look forward to what the future has in hold for me.
Is your father willing to maintain a sober household on your behalf?
Oh yes, definitely. He's sober himself.
So I think, my one piece of advice to you is to continue working and understand that, it's true, one day at a time. And I would just advise you that your son is very young. And the good news for you is that he's not going to remember these early chapters of being a baby and being a toddler. You have an opportunity to become a better person, a better father, and frankly, a better co-parent with the woman who's been doing the bulk of the work while you've been incarcerated. But it doesn't mean that you're going to come out and that's going to happen immediately. I would encourage you to really maintain and have a stable foundation before you advance any type of, court proceedings and everything else, because you have a lot of trust to restore with a lot of people, including your family. I noticed, you're going to be working with your brother. Hopefully you've made peace with him after the outburst and stuff that you did, a couple years ago in relation to this violation. There's a lot of people who probably can be on your side, but you do have to continue to do the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sack. So at this time, Mr. Spletzer, we are done with our questions, returning the hearing over to our victim's advocate. Good morning, Mrs. Hamlet Williams.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, panel. Thank you for having me. I do have a representative who will be reading a statement on behalf of the victim, and they are on with us via Teams. Now is your opportunity to unmute, and you may begin with your statement.
Yes, good morning. My name is Chloe Skiatis. I represent Mr. Spletzer's ex-wife, Miss Moira Sika. I believe that the statement has been submitted to this panel on Friday, January 24th of 2025, and that the panel is in receipt of the statement. I was planning to submit something to the board in addition to the statement, to the panel rather, if the panel is willing to.
Yes, this is your opportunity. This is your time to express to the panel your concerns. So go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I have the privilege of representing a very articulate young woman who has outlined her fears and concerns very well in her victim statement, which, as I mentioned, was submitted to the panel on Friday, January 24th of this year. My client is.
Can I just interrupt for one moment? I'm so sorry. The statement that was submitted to the Office of Victim Services. It has not been presented to the board yet. This is the opportunity for that to happen. You may read that statement.
They did. There are. It's in the. Yeah.
I'm not certain if that's the same statement. I understood that there were some statements that was attached, but the statement that came to the book to this office is the statement that will be presented on record today.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Okay, thank you.
So this is the victim statement. My name is Moira Catherine Sika, formerly Moira Catherine Spletzer. I am the ex-wife and victim of Kurt Spletzer. I write this victim statement to express that I am vehemently opposed to the possibility of parole for Kurt Spletzer. Kurt Spletzer is someone who cannot control his own behavior and is unaffected by the great risks of harm he inflicts upon others, including myself and our child. He is also extremely manipulative, determined, and a dangerous person, and I am worried that without supervision, he remains a danger. Before the birth of our son, Kurt was starting to slip into abusive behavior. He would often raise his hand towards me in a gesture of threatening to hit me and to scare me into submission. It began to get progressively more often around Christmas of 2022, when Kurt was very violent, throwing things around our living room, nearly hitting our son with a toy that he threw, and throwing me onto the couch. Sometimes, if he was very upset with me, he would raise his hand and get very close to hitting me, but would stop short and he would say, "Are you scared yet? Are you scared yet?" One day in May of 2023, Kurt took his leg, wrapped it around my neck, and closed together both his legs. While doing this, Kurt said, "Are you gonna call the cops yet?" When I did get the cops involved, it was after Kurt hit me the Friday of Mother's Day weekend in 2023. Kurt also began to steal from me, often using my credit card to pay for gambling habits. We had once tried to have a joint account, but often he would take money that would be meant for my mortgage to gamble online. I often had to report my cards stolen or had to lock them. I had to close the joint account to prevent him from stealing money meant for household expenses. Not long after our son was born, I received letters from a debt collector that were trying to collect at least $6,000 from me because Kurt had put those gambling amounts in my name. I have many concerns regarding Kurt Spletzer and my child, Cody. Specifically, I have great concern over Kurt kidnapping Cody and any form of unsupervised access to my child. Not only would allowing such access increase the likelihood that he would be able to abscond with Cody, but Kurt's mental instability combined with his extensive history of substance abuse, which has led to seizures, makes him unfit and incapable of appropriately caring for my minor child, who is 2 years old. Kurt has also admitted to heroin use, and I have seen him inhale compressed air and use marijuana habitually. In March of 2023, after EMTs and paramedics responded to our home and everyone left, he had a seizure due to inhaling compressed air. DCF knows that Kurt was high on fentanyl the night before the civil case proceeding in May of 2023. DCF does not think that Kurt should be alone with Cody. Kurt has a history of disappearing in the middle of the night from the house and failing to return for many hours, both before and after the birth of our son. Often he would leave the front or back door unlocked and the house security system unarmed. Kurt even was very limited with his interaction with Cody ever since Cody was born. He would barely play with Cody, hardly ever change a diaper, rarely feed him, never made any of Cody's food, helped only once or twice at night. Kurt never really went to more than 1 or 2 doctor's appointments, often claiming that I would be.
I'm sorry, just give us 1 second. Mr. Spletzer, will you please, you're distracting with the mouthing that you're doing.
I'm sorry.
Please just listen. Do not speak. They respected you, and I need you to respect the statement. Thank you.
Yes.
You can continue.
Thank you. He would barely play with Cody, hardly ever changed a diaper, rarely fed him, never made any of Cody's food, helped only once or twice at night. Kurt never really went to more than 2 doctor's appointments, often claiming that I would be overreacting when it comes to going to the doctor or providing medicine or supplements for things like teething, gas, discomfort, or anything similar. In fact, Kurt claimed I was attention-seeking when I would be bringing Cody to the doctor so often, when in fact Cody was getting constant ear infections and eventually had to be fitted for tubes in April of 2023. While my son's safety and well-being is my greatest concern, I am also fearful for my own safety. One of the crimes for which Kurt Spletzer has been sentenced is related to his violating a protective order by breaking into my old house hours after the judgment was given. Just this action alone makes me fearful that he will not obey any conditions set forth for him by the justice system. Both my son and I are currently under an order of protection against Kurt, where Kurt is not allowed any contact with either myself or my son. I am extremely skeptical that he will follow this, especially given his actions the last time a protective order was put in place. Kurt does not seem to care and sometimes thinks himself above the law, or he will try to find other ways around it. I suffer from significant post-traumatic stress disorder and anxiety as a result of the harm inflicted upon me and my son as a result of the crimes committed against me by Kurt Spletzer. My plea to the board is that Kurt not be released on parole, and I know that I am against, and to know that I am against his parole.
Thank you. And just for the record, we did not receive that statement, so thank you for reading it.
Thank you.
Is there something else you want to?
Yes, if I may. So as I mentioned, my name is Chloe Skiatis. I represent Mr. Spletzer's ex-wife, Ms. Moira Sika, whose victim statement I just read to the panel. As was expressed in her statement, my client is opposed to Mr. Spletzer's release and would feel unsafe were he to be released. I would like to present to this panel, not to relitigate the issues, but because I believe they're pertinent to this proceeding. that a hearing was held on May 23rd of 2023 to determine whether the temporary restraining order that my client secured would be continued against Mr. Spletzer. At that hearing, the court found that my client satisfied her burden of establishing that she remained in fear of her physical safety, and the court ordered that the restraining order be continued. That same evening, after being ordered to stay away from my client and from their minor child, Mr. Spletzer violated the protective order, as the panel has discussed here today, by visiting my client's home. He was subsequently charged with attempt to commit home invasion, burglary in the first degree, reckless endangerment, risk of injury to a child, amongst other charges. We also understand that the night prior to the May 23rd hearing, Mr. Spletzer was under the influence of fentanyl, which we present to the panel represents a reckless disregard for the gravity of the proceedings that would take place on the next day. He's been hospitalized on more than one occasion for a mental illness that remains undiagnosed, untreated, and undocumented. Mr. Spletzer has also not authorized us to become aware of what led to his hospitalizations with respect to his mental illness. We present to the panel that he has been uncooperative throughout this process, that he hasn't done anything to help us or anything to help himself, and we believe that he is in denial of his drug addiction. In short, we don't believe that he would live up to the terms of his parole if he were to be released. And considering his history, we don't want to take the risk that Mr. Spletzer will not violate the terms of his parole, and we would advise the Department of Corrections and this panel not to take that risk either. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you spell your last name for us, please?
Sure, it's Skiatis, S-K-E-A-D-A-S, and I'm with Philip Russell, LLC.
Thank you so much.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
what was your first name?
Chloe.
Chloe?
C-H-L-O-E.
L-O-E. And I'm sorry, could you just spell your last name one more time?
Of course. S-K-E-A-D-A-S, as in Sam.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Mrs. Williams, is that it for the victim statements?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So, Mr. Spletzer, we are going to enter into our deliberation. And again, we ask that you sit quietly and listen. You please don't enter. Mr. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First on a positive note, Mr. has participated in some programming, taken domestic violence, taken tier 2 and is currently in tier 4. I want to thank the victim for coming on, for providing a statement to us. I thought it was very powerful and spoke to some information that I think added to this case. Also, my colleagues and questions that you have asked have also kind of brought to light some other additional pieces of information. And although I think that Mr. Spletzer has done some work on himself, I shared my concern early on that he started tier 4 and not finished, and in fact would be willing to come out not finishing it. And if in fact he's really concerned about his recovery, I would think that he would want to be able to finish that particular program, because we know that it's one of the better programs that we have in the facility. I am not going to be in favor of discretionary parole today. I think he needs to continue to do some work. I believe you mentioned in talking to Mr. Spletzer the possibility of taking a parenting class, which I think he absolutely needs to take. There may be some other additional programs that I think he needs to be able to put under his belt before coming out. He does have 5 years of probation upon completion of his sentence. I do not have him coming back, but I'd be willing to hear what my colleagues have to say if they want to consider that. I do not have him coming back at this point. I have him going to COS and then coming out on probation. For me, it was just too much missing information in this. that I believe we needed to be able to understand and understand more clearly. So I will not be supporting his discretionary program today.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Ms. Staples? Sorry.
Yes, I would like to see Mr. Spletzer finish tier 4 and do more of the mental health programming that he seems to be taking advantage of within the unit, as well as the AA, embracing fatherhood, and prepare for his release to the community with all of these extra tools in his toolbox.
Okay. So I am not in favor of discretionary parole today, based on the injury and impact to the victim, the poor institutional adjustment, and the nature and circumstance of these crimes. And I do not have him returning. While I'm happy to see that he's participating in positive programs,
Madam Chair, I also had an adequate offender change. Do you have that?
I did not have an adequate evidence of offender change. I think that Mr. Spletzer is able to acknowledge some of the things that caused him to be here. Well, I can understand your point too, coupled with the tickets. It really is difficult to say that there is, but I think that he has shown some.
No, I agree that he's taken some program. Yes, I mean, I think he needs further programming, but I'm happy to go with recommendation.
Anything further? And which name do you prefer so that I can sample? Okay, thank you. With regard to Kurt Spletzer, 352268, I move to deny discretionary parole based on the injury and impact to the victim, the poor institutional adjustment, and the nature and circumstance of his offense. He will not receive a new discretionary parole hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? All right, Mr. Spletzer, you'll receive all of this in writing. Thank you so much, sir. Good luck there.
This concludes the hearing for Kurt Spletzer, 352268.
Absolutely.
Can I have your name, please?
So, excuse me,
Your name, please?
Joshue Torres. You got that?
Sorry. Hi, Mr. Torres, will you please sit up in that chair and uncross your arms? Thank you. We appreciate that.
Morning, my name is Professor Williams. Today is Tuesday, January 28th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, I'm panel member Barry.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
And I'm Ellen Zappo-Sasser.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Joshue Torres, 387165.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Torres. 387-165. He is serving a sentence of 8 years execution suspended after 3 years with 5 years of probation for assault first degree. As of today, records reflect the eligibility date of January 8th, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There's an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed the following programs. Voices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in the very high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. Maybe again.
I believe I should be granted parole, honestly, because the crime that I committed wasn't a crime that was basically sold on me. It states in the police report that I wasn't on my medications, on my OCD medication. I have a history of not taking them because the defendant, the person that I assaulted was my mother, and I was there to help her out, and I wasn't in the wrong in no way. There wasn't no response from the defendant. There was no response from.
I'm not. So, Mr. Torres, I'm not sure who you're referring to as the defendant, because we are speaking to you about your suitability for discretionary parole. So that person would be a victim, not a defendant, if that's what you're referring to.
Well, I don't know the court system.
We're not a court.
Okay.
We're the parole board. So continue with your statement. He's just not the defendant. You're speaking of your brother. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm speaking of both my brother and my mother.
Okay. So they're not defendants. You're in prison for this offense. So you are the defendant, technically. But go ahead. I apologize.
Well, I mean, I really don't have much to say other than I should be granted parole because once again, I'm here. I'm giving my time. You know, I've done the best that I can in life. This is all I have to offer. I don't have nothing much to say. I really don't.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Torres, what will happen here is each of us will take an opportunity to ask you some questions. When we're done with those questions, there is input from their victims. And when they're done with their statement, we will then deliberate and then give you our decision. Okay?
Yep.
And so I am going to start with the questions. So let's start off with the facts. And the facts are that you committed this crime and it was a very serious crime. It involved a knife. You had a pocket knife on you. Is that right?
Yes.
And why did you have a pocket knife?
For defending myself purposes.
Okay. So you anticipated you're getting into a physical altercation with anyone. It wasn't like you had the knife for work purposes or any of that. It was strictly to, okay. So tell us what happened on this day in June.
Well, I was granted to sleep over my mother's house. My brother didn't want me to stay upstairs. He sent me to stay in his truck. As I stood in his truck, it rolled over my mind, you know, everything that, because he's my little brother, what he wanted me to do. And I got my OCD triggered. I got very angry. I got aggressive. I went upstairs. I went to kick the door down. She opened the door and the altercation happened.
What's the altercation? What did you do?
I assaulted my mother and I went to slice my brother and he deflected it. I assaulted her. He then held me back, and the cops were called on me after I took off running.
Okay. So you said that your OCD was triggered, and that you went in and kicked the door down. You were going to kick the door down, but your mother answered. So all this aggression that you were feeling, it wasn't towards your mother, it was towards your brother?
Yes.
Okay. So why did you assault your mother?
Because she's in the middle of the situation, and I knew she was going to jump in the middle of the situation.
She didn't. You said she opened the door. She
opened the door. I understand that you're trying to, I'm explaining to you right now. She opened the door. And when she did open the door, she went to fend her and she got in the middle. There was no reason for her to have gotten in the middle between us, regardless of what's the situation. You know, I understand she was just being a person about it, you know, but she didn't know what was going on, and she's always fending for him. So things happen. One thing.
But because she tried to stop you from going at your brother, you beat her up?
No, I assaulted her. I hit her 4 times. I didn't beat her up. I assaulted her, meaning I backed her up off me.
Okay. So Mr. Torres, so Mr. Torres, you alluded to in your opening statement that the police report was not accurate. I can see you're saying that your brother really was the person who initiated all of this stuff, but you had every intention of going to the house to harm him with the knife in pocket. The police report says that when your mother opened the door, you asked her if you could use the bathroom or something along those lines, and you punched her in the face.
Then that came from me on the police report?
Yes, that was on the police report, that you asked your mom to use the bathroom. And when she let you in to use the bathroom, you punched her in the face after.
I don't recall giving them that in the police report.
Okay. So when your mother, you were on top of your mom again, and she was screaming for your brother to come help her, right?
We were both standing.
Okay. So then when your brother came in the room, what happened?
Me and him got into the altercation, into a physical altercation.
And so at what point did you take the knife out to stab him?
And in the midst of it, in the middle of it,
okay.
When we were apprehended with one another.
All right. And do you have any remorse, Mr. Torres, for your actions?
Yes, of course. I've been here in the jail, in the prison, seeking medical attention to the maximum degree, and it's been real hard for me. It's just been a complete invalidation of what I did. What I did was a complete invalidation because I was in pretenses that I was fine. I was just walking into the medical system, not knowing what was my situation. You know, now that I'm in prison, I once again went through the medical procedure. And it's shown that it's really that I have problems.
So just to be clear, Mr. Torres, so we read that you have several issues going on, and we want to respect your privacy. And so any of the information that you share in connection to any of your diagnoses or anything that has really played a role in these behaviors is being live streamed. And so everyone is going to hear what you have to say. So we would like to speak as not specifically about what your experience has been, okay? I mean, in terms of your mental health diagnoses, okay?
Mm.
Okay. All right, so let's move forward. When you, so now you're here in the prison and you receive how many disciplinary infractions?
4 from what I recall.
Okay. And what were they for?
2 was for, one was for an assault, a fight. 1 was for a not attending voices. I believe I was that one. And 2 of them was for contraband, selling porno.
You were selling porno. You weren't drinking it?
No, I was selling it.
Okay. And so why did the assault occur?
So me and the inmate weren't getting along at all. It was a spontaneous.
Okay. And what did you do?
I assaulted I struck first. That's why. So we got into a fight. Okay.
And so you do realize that if you were out in the community and you didn't get along with someone and you struck them, that you would be receiving another conviction? You would be arrested again and brought back to prison? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, so tell us how you resolve conflict going forward, sir. Because you can't go around punching people and stabbing people. How do you resolve conflict when you're out in the community?
Well, I have my coping skills, but I simply stay away from negativity and people that's not good for you. If I would have done that from the beginning, I wouldn't be here.
So what was that person in prison that wasn't good for you?
It was just another individual that wasn't anything that could mix with me. Anybody that I should have been around.
But why? What was he like? I'm not understanding why you go from one extreme to the next. Yes.
You just told me not to speak exclusive about, you know.
Right. I did. But you're saying to me that this person just got on your nerves and you just assaulted him. You hit first. And so you didn't. Go ahead.
I explained it as clear as I can explain it.
Okay. All right. So let's move forward now. So you were selling the Pruno. Why were you selling Pruno? Were you not working in the prison?
No, I'm working now.
Where are you working?
Yeah, I'm working now. I'm working in the kitchen.
Okay. And so I thought that's what I read, that he was putting his hands in the pots or something like that. Is that right? This person was putting his hand in the pots and that's what irritated you?
I
thought that's what I read in the ticket.
For the ticket?
Yeah, for the assault.
No, the assault was just a spontaneous one. It just happened between me and him not liking each other.
Okay. And so currently the regimen that you're on, is that working for you or no?
It was working for me, but I've been seeking further more attention.
Okay. All right. And so you do realize that we are talking about 4 months of discretionary parole before you start your 5 years of probation. You understand that?
Yeah.
And do you think you deserve parole based on what we've discussed here today?
From what I understood, when I went to court, they said I wasn't eligible. Then out of nowhere, I copped out. They said 3 years probation. Now I'm hearing this. So I'm really I don't know how to capitalize on the situation. I'm caught by surprise.
So wait, you didn't know that you were going to be eligible for discretionary parole? Is that what you're saying?
They had told me in jail about parole. I figured, it was at 85%. My parole date was really on the 8th of January. I'm here on the 28th. I guess they gave me a new date. I found out the other day, and I'm here. So I'm really.
My question to you, Mr. Torres, I understand that your date has passed. That doesn't stop you from being eligible, and so we're having this discussion here today to determine your suitability. And based on our exchange, do you believe that you are a suitable person? Do you think that you deserve early release?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Ms. Sappo?
Can we talk a little bit about your release plan? In one of the reports that we read, it says that you're going to need assistance with housing and you're looking to go back to Waterbury. You don't have a current job set up yet, as noted. And unfortunately, your support system, which used to be your family, is now not available to you. So tell me about what it looks like if you were to be granted release. Where do you think you're going?
Well, I had things going for me before when all this happened. I was on SSI. I didn't go for the housing and stuff like that. This is completely new to me. It's a new experience. Then I was taking it as a negative, not as a positive one. So I'm really just seeking to go in the same road, max out on my healthcare attention and, just stay off the streets.
So when we've read some of the reports that were made available to us, and I'm going to speak in general terms, there is 10 or 11 plus years where you've been in and out of programs and have either unsuccessfully discharged or have not done them, whether it was St. Mary's or Wellmore or Wheeler, Catholic Charities. In one case, you said that program was not for you, but I feel strongly Mr. Torres, that if you are going to be successful, you're going to need a program in the community to help you be successful. Are you willing to do programs if you are
Yes.
released?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you think going back to Waterbury is a good idea? Do you have ideas about treatments and or jobs? Is that why you want to go back to Waterbury specifically?
Treatment, as far as the job, you know, I don't know how it works, but yes, if possible.
Have you been doing any of the programs available to you in the prison for mental health or stress management, those types of programs?
I've done voices, and I've been trying to get to the doctor to see, you know, what's the whereabouts of if there was any walk-in programs and stuff like that. But we've been pretty adamant about the attention. I mean, the information that I have to give, you know, to be in the right road in healthcare is a pretty scary attention for me to go through, because I never believed that I'd be in it, you know, and I was pretty much against it, 100% about, you know, being all healthy and stuff like that, and then come to find out that I'm not. So I have like a panic to it, you know. It's real hard for them to get to me, and it's hard for me to get to them, you know, but we're working on it.
Well, that's good to hear, because I think that that's going to be a big part of moving forward for you. My last question is about when you were with the Job Corps in Hartford. It seems like you were there for almost a year and you did very well within that program. What was it about that program that worked for you?
Everything about it worked for me. You know, I went in there with very less expectations of the place, and I came out with a very positive outlook. So I wanted to stick with it. Even when I graduated, I tried to go back, and you know, it was a bag fall, because they said, you know, it wasn't such a positive thing to do, but it was a great experience for me. Changed my life for the better.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Apple. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to confirm, Mr. Torres, you're taking your medication now?
But then they actually just cut me off. I've been expecting to hit, you know, go to the streets and stuff like that. But I just got on different sort of personal medications, and we're having a miscommunication. But I'm trying to get back on it. I'm trying to get back on my meds. Like, they just cut me off 2 days ago, and I just seen the doctor to keep put on some medical medication, not mental health. And I was on mental health, so I was trying to ask some questions to see if one medication could bump into the other and stuff like that. And we kind of.
I just want to be honest. You're not taking it right now. That's all. That's all I want to know. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. So, Mr. Torres, we ask that you please sit quietly now. Your portion of the hearing is over. Please don't interrupt. We're going to turn the hearing over to our victim's advocate, Mrs. Hamlet Williams. Good morning once more.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have one of the victims who would like to address the board today, and he will be joining us via speakerphone. One moment.
Thank you.
I got to read mine.
Thank you so much for your patience. You may begin with your statement.
Okay, so I have the thing I'm reading, so I'm just going to read it as is. So this is a message addressing the parole board regarding my brother Joshua Torres. My name is Samuel Torres. I'm the victim who Joshua stabbed after attacking my mother for no reason in the middle of the night. My brother has mental health issues where regardless of where he is or where he has been, created issues for his social life. Give me one moment. Joshua has issues remaining on his medications, and when he isn't on his medication, he spirals out of control. He's a risk to the general public, any halfway house staff members, and himself when he isn't on his medications. Even when he is, Joshua suffers from delusions, often claiming that I've said things or think things that have never left my mouth. It is my belief, regardless of any law, court orders, or being told what to do by any parole or probation officer, Joshua will fall back to his habits that got him here to begin with. He will not take his medications regardless of my he will not take his medications, and regardless of my or my mother's permanent restraining orders, he will not listen to any demands that he is given. This is where he will become a risk to society and somebody or to himself, and is going to get hurt as a result of being let out back to the public, whether full-time or not. This is why I'm requesting that Joshua is denied parole and made to finish his sentence in jail. Joshua, the night of the attack, didn't care that he was beating his mother to the extent where she yelled bloody murder, screaming for me to help her. When I defended my mother, Joshua didn't care that he was fighting his youngest brother. Nothing stabbed him from taking out a knife and stabbing me 3 times, every strike aiming for the heart. Luckily, I was able to deflect the majority of these blows due to my military training, but one of those 3 blows hit me directly over the heart. The fact that this wasn't an attempted murder charge makes me disappointed with the state of Connecticut's supposed quote-unquote justice system. One moment. I have plans to move to Thailand this coming year, but holding me back is the fact that my brother is being released from jail, and I'm concerned for my mother's life. Neither me nor my mother should have to barricade ourselves in this apartment that we are in, but that is our reality. Currently, in preparations to his release, we have put hinge locks on the door as a precaution to prevent Joshua from breaking down the door. We also put alarms that ring so we can hear anytime anybody enters or leaves the apartment. I'm getting ready to get a Ring doorbell in the home camera system to record any activities inside and out of my mother's apartment. We are also getting ready to get our concealed weapons permit, home defense weapons, and pistols should Joshua try to break in the apartment again, so we can follow every law and legally kill Joshua should it come down to it. You might not be convinced that Joshua won't break every rule and condition you give him, but as his family, we know that this is exactly what he will do, and it won't be long after his release from jail. So much so, we're preparing to kill him should we have to. And I think the parole board needs to seriously consider that they're creating a much worse issue by releasing him. We already have a lifetime restraining order on Joshua. We barricaded the doors. We're setting up cameras. We're also getting concealed weapons permit, and we are aware of Connecticut's Castle Doctrine, which allows the reasonable use of force to prevent criminal trespassing on one's property, with clauses for the use of deadly force if it's
Mr. Torres, I apologize for interrupting, but I really, while I respect your statement, sir, we are not going to promote any kind of additional violence. And I understand the point that you're trying to make.
Violent crime. Look, listen, it's not additional violence. I'm simply stating what the laws are and what my rights are. I have a Second Amendment right.
I understand.
And I also have a First Amendment right, which is freedom of speech. And I understand that you may not like it, but this is my right to make my statement and state the laws in the preventative measures that we're trying to take to protect ourselves. And I do think that the parole board needs to be open and willing to hear this. And you shouldn't try to suppress or oppress my speech.
I'm not trying to suppress your speech, sir. You have every right to do that, but I am here for, my job here is public safety, and we're not going to promote further violence, period. So,
okay, you're not, this isn't, as I said, my statement is about to approach where it's like, I'm not trying to go out and look for him, but what I am stating is that he's going to be released.
Mrs. Williams, can you please,
Yes.
I'm going to, can you just mute him for 1 second, please? I am going to take a brief recess.
Okay, and I just want to put on the record that the Office of Victim Services, when given instruction in terms of victim impact statements, the statements should address how the crime has impacted you physically, emotionally, financially, if any, and stating your position, whether you are for or against any early release.
Thank you. That was my position as well. So I'm okay. I'm going to take a brief recess, please.
Thank you. One moment. Sir, please hold.
Good morning. Okay, we are back on the record with Mr. Torres, 387165. And Mr. Torres, the victim, Mr. Torres, we've conferred with our legal advisor here, and we have heard your concerns over your worry or your fear of your mother being harmed further, and we appreciate that. Is there anything further that you would like to share with us that you have not already shared? Ms. Williams, the microphone is muted. Hi.
Thank you. You may
Yes.
continue.
Okay, so, yeah, the impact has pretty much been, that not only that fear, but PTSD and anxiety, right? So much so we're making these preparations. I don't think Joshua should be released, but if for whatever reason the parole board decides to do so, he especially shouldn't be released out into Waterbury of all places. He should have to be several cities over, away from Waterbury, far enough where should anything happen, he would have to get on a bus or a train or find transportation to Waterbury to make it to our home where his intent will be undeniable. And where, his parole officer or probation officer, is aware that we have him on camera at this house and he's not where he's supposed to be. Really, that's all I have to say. I'm not happy at the fact that, my freedom of speech was just, violated, but it is what it is.
So Mr. Torres, appreciate that statement, sir. We will definitely take what you shared with us into consideration during our consideration for his discretionary parole. So thank you, sir. At this time, I'm sorry, Ms. Williams. Okay, you have another statement?
I do. And
Okay.
sir, thank you so much for your statement. Please continue to view.
Okay.
All right. The next statement reads, and it's from the second victim in the case. I am writing this letter regarding my son, Joshua Torres, and the events that occurred on January 21st, 2022 at 4 a.m. This has been one of the most painful experiences of my life, but I feel it is necessary to share the truth about what happened. Joshua grew up as a quiet, respectful child who kept to himself. He was never a troublemaker and treated me with kindness and respect. As he grew older, we maintained a good relationship, though it could sometimes be hard to get him to open up. I never imagined that someone who had been so calm and respectful could ever do what he did that night. On January 21st, 2022, Joshua was staying in his brother's truck for the night. At around 4 a.m., he came upstairs to use the bathroom. He was knocking loudly, clearly in a rush. As his parent, I let him in without hesitation. After opening the door, I turned my back briefly, only to see him closing the back door. Then, without any warning, Joshua attacked me. He came at me with an uncontrollable rage, hitting me over and over again on my head and arms. His assault was unprovoked and relentless, and I was in fear for my life. Desperate for help, I screamed for his brother Samuel, who came to my rescue and managed to pull Joshua off of me. As I turned to call the police, I saw something that horrified me even more. Samuel was holding his stomach in pain. Joshua had stabbed him. It was in that moment that I realized just how far his rage had gone. I am certain that if Samuel had not been there that night, I would not be alive today. Despite everything, I want to say that I forgive Joshua. He will always be my son, but he has deeply dishonored me and shattered our family. I pray that God forgives him just as I have. However, I can no longer have him in my life. Joshua's actions have taken away the possibility of us ever having a relationship again. He will never again hear my advice or share in my life. I hope Joshua seeks the help he needs and is able to move forward in life. But I must ask that he never contact me or any member of our family again. This has been one of the hardest things I have ever experienced, but I trust in God's will and justice. Thank you for taking the time to hear my account of what happened. Sincerely, victim. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Williams. So at this time, Mr. Torres, we're going to deliberate about your case and give you our decision, okay? Hey, please, you can listen, don't interrupt. So, Mr. Torres has completed the Voices program. It's obvious that he has a number of other issues going on that needed to be addressed. Sounds like from our discussion, he has been trying to address many of his needs. It just hasn't gotten to a level that he feels comfortable with the regimen, and they're still working on that. It's my understanding also that he struggles with alcoholism, and that hasn't been addressed at all. He said he was selling Pruno when he was in the prison, and he received another ticket for assault on an inmate, and that he initiated, and he admits that he did. He does have 5 years of probation to follow his sentence. He rates out very high in terms of risk to recidivate, and given the continued issues that we've addressed here today and the impact and injury to the victims, I would not be in support of discretionary parole. Ms. Stafford.
I would like to see Mr. Torres use the next 5 months to create with his parole officer and any institutional staff within the unit to create a plan that is going to work for him in terms of additional programming within, but also what the plan looks like as he leaves the facility in June.
I would absolutely concur with my colleague. I think that Mr. Joshue really benefit from setting up a stronger release plan for himself, since clearly he has no real family support on the outside. Will find himself alone, struggling with that. I'm not in favor of his discretionary parole today, but again, I do believe that maybe some additional programming, some really close reentry, discharge, and kind of planning for him, that would be very critical for him.
I don't know if that's going to happen because, he's already been approved. But so with regard to Joshua Torres, 387-165, I move to deny discretionary parole based on the injury and impact to the victim, the victims and the victim's family. I also have his criminal history and the nature and circumstance of the offense. We could honestly go down the list because he had the disciplinary infractions and all that stuff and inadequate evidence of offender change. But I think the motion will just be for
those three:
injury and impact, criminal history, and nature and circumstance. So you'll support? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Torres, you'll receive all of this in writing, sir. We did not grant your discretionary parole, and we do hope that you are successful on your 5 years of probation. Good luck to you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you.
This includes the hearing for the Torres.
What was that?
No, he was just concluding the hearing. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, January 28th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Parole. Following board members are present this morning and are stating their names on the record, certified they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, sir. I'm panel member Barry.
Panel Member Rodriguez, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Hughes.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Alan, good morning.
Please
Not
state
at
your
all.
name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Hillary Daniel Combs Jr., 139987.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Hillary Combs, 139987. He is serving a sentence of 35 months flat for larceny second degree, violation of probation, and burglary second degree. As of today, records reflect the responsibility date of May 2nd of 2024. There's no victim in this case. There's an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. There's no programs that have been completed to date. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for consideration falls in a very high range. Also, the offender has a static 99 score of a 5, which is in the moderate high range. This
It just sounds like a lot of.
The board, why you think you should be granted parole, you may be next.
A lot of that's just garbled. I can't, some of it's not coming through making sense.
So all he said, sir, was that your sentence is 35 months. He said what your charges are. He talked about the programs that you completed since you've been in the facility, which you haven't done any. And he, he talked about your static score for the sex offense. And that was moderate high. And that was it. That was basically the spiel. And now he said, after all that information, you can tell us why you think you deserve parole.
I wasn't looking for parole. I know I don't like the fact that I was accused of something that I didn't do. I beat them charges and I'm still being accused of something sexually. I don't have any nature towards that gender. There was nothing honored to me, so nothing available to me. I didn't plan on doing any programs. I thought I was taking this to the door. When I came in, I know I had a problem arguing about that sexual reference because in 2016, I was accused of something I didn't do. And when I proved I was innocent of it, they wouldn't drop the charges on me. They said, well, you're either going to plead out to a burglary third or you're going to get 10 years in prison for a robbery 1 because I helped somebody move a basket of friggin' clothes upstairs. Okay. So
Mr. Combs, can you just tell us why you think you deserve parole? And I understand you're saying that you didn't think that you were going to be considered for parole.
I'm not asking for parole. I want my time to be done in October. Well, upon my release, I want my freedom.
So are you saying, Mr. Combs, and I'm sorry to cut you off, sir. So your discretionary parole, sir, is a right. Your consideration, I'll say, is a right that you receive with sentences that are over 2 years and a day. So you're here before us because that's the laws say that you are eligible. That doesn't mean that you're suitable. So now are you telling this panel that you no longer you do not want discretionary parole, that you would like to waive your hearing, sir?
Because of this whole thing and being in again, I want my life back. I want this over in October when the time's up. My family life was gone, so
I understand that, Mr. Combs.
You don't understand it.
So do you want to waive your hearing, sir, and waive your right to discretionary parole? That's a yes or a no.
There's nothing available to me anyway. Is there? Is there a chance to get my family back or any programs like that? Then no. What do I have coming to me?
Do you want to go forward with this hearing, sir, or would you like to waive your discretionary parole? That's a yes or a no. If you waive, then you will go out the door with nothing to follow you, no supervision, nothing.
Well, no, I wouldn't mind some help upon release. I've lost the rest of my life. I've got nothing to look forward to getting out there. So if I have anything available to me that you're going to help me with, yeah. If not, come October,
Sir,
I get my freedom, I'll get my life.
I need you to listen to the question, sir. Because you're contradicting yourself. You're saying in one breath that you don't want parole, and then you're saying in another breath that you could use the help. So do you
I want my
want
freedom
to
and my
be?
relief so I can get my life back. That's what I want.
I understand that. So do you want to proceed forward with this hearing, sir?
If anything's beneficial to me, then sure, I'll listen.
Okay. So if you want to proceed, the question is, why do you think you deserve parole?
I've done nothing but comply with everything that's been asked of me. I've got no tickets. I get along with all the staff members. I'm sitting here in the corner doing a bunch of arts and crafts, waiting for October, whatever to come up, and getting my good time so that I get my release, so I can get back to my family, so I can hopefully get my life started again. That's what I want is.
So the reason why you think you deserve parole is because you have not received any disciplinary infractions and you've been compliant while you've been there in the facility. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I want, if that's, what am I getting? I come October 10th and my release date would be the same thing, correct? It's a release date you're on. I mean, you're offering me something prior to my release date, correct?
Yes, that's
I
correct.
plan to just get my life back together when I get out, which means I'll get back to me. I'll get back to work. I'll get my kids back in my life, and
now we're getting somewhere. So you want to get a job and you want to rekindle your relationship.
I will get a job and I will reconnect my life.
Okay.
I will get a job. I will have a job and I will get my life back.
Okay, so how will you stop getting in trouble?
I'm not getting any trouble.
Okay. So
Not
what
getting
happened?
any trouble.
Okay, so just so that we're clear, we understand what his release plan is and why he thinks he deserves parole. So what is going to happen now, sir, is each of us will take an opportunity to ask you some questions. When we're done with our questions, we will deliberate and we will give you our decision. Okay? All right.
There has been a lot of people offering me help here that are upon my release and, mentioned, got set up things with me. I mean, if that's real.
So Miss Sappo will start with the questions, okay?
Good. Hi.
Good morning, Mr. Combs. We have a lot of material that we read for today. And what I want to start with is you state in one of the reports that you had permission to use the truck and that everything that happened after that fact that had you violating your probation was BS. So at this point, have you taken responsibility? Do you acknowledge your actions that resulted in your violation of probation?
If we're going to that issue, that subject right there, if that's where you're at, yes, I worked for Johnny for 20 years. He reported the truck being stolen. Yes, I used it to move my property because my probation officer was putting me in a program. So yeah, before he knew I had the truck, he reported it stolen. But there was no reason to go back and decide anything on that because I was already getting parole violated. So probation parole officer was already putting me back inside. So I never bothered. I mean, that just ended up being the charge they was giving to me. But you can pick up the phone and call John today. I mean, Johnny's waiting for me to go back to work as well as Brian is to, and I've been doing construction for that guy for 20 years.
Well, actually, that leads to my next question, Mr. Combs. Your work history, you do have a considerable work history, but it was noted in one of the reports that most of the work that you've done in the construction industry over the last several years has been under the table without taxes being paid. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah.
Okay, so you understand that you're not building any quarters toward being eligible for Social Security when you do that?
Correct.
Okay. Do you feel that as you come out of this incarceration, that you might be able to speak with a future employer about actually being paid legally and on the books and paying taxes?
I was planning on going that way. There's a gentleman who wants me to run a construction company for him upon my release. I mean, he wants me to pick back up my supervisory position, and I mean, I could go legit and get on his books. That's, I get paid better without it.
Right, but it's legal to be on the books as opposed to being off the books.
True, and there's, back when the decisions were being made, it was, a lot of people were saying that Social Security would even be an eligibility for me when I got to be of that age. So, I always took the money while it was there. But I understand your question, and I will be getting on his books if I choose to take that job. There are other offers from me with my skills.
Right. I don't think you would have a problem finding employment. It's just a matter of how you structure that moving forward. Moving on to the programs, you were scheduled and recommended to take an addiction services program, voices, and vocational. In terms of relevant programming, you have a drug score that is pretty high going in. Reported drugs of choice included alcohol, cocaine, heroin, and meth. But you haven't taken any of the tier programs, nor have you taken voices, and you refused a short track program in terms of the sexual offense. What have you been doing with your time while you've been incarcerated in order to prepare yourself coming out?
I spend a lot of time in my Bible. I spend a lot of time in recreational, just getting groups together, and we have Bible studies. A lot of the gentlemen come over and talk to me about the Lord. We spend time, and I spend a lot of time on arts and crafts. I build dream catchers. I'm teaching guys how to draw. I'm teaching guys how to work with their hands with arts and crafts. I'm building a little motorcycle made out of, just whatever's afforded to me, and it's not, it's not contraband. And it's the programs that you're referring to. They came at me as soon as they start off with something in the sexual nature, where they're saying that I'm going to sit in a room with guys that have had molestation charges on them and rape charges on them with other people. I can't handle that. I'm not going to be able to deal with people like that. I've got 3 beautiful boys. I come from a family of 9. I'm the youngest of 9. I was played with as a kid. Shit like that don't happen around me. I catch somebody doing something like, I'm not going to be a happy person. I'm not going to be a decent person. And these accusations that were brought upon me in 2016 were false. Yeah, I might have had a couple of decent exposures throughout my life, getting caught peeing at a dumpster, but I've had a wonderful sexual life. I mean, my whole life's been ruined with Karen. I had 20 years with Karen and 3 beautiful boys. I got a life like that. When they start talking about shit like that, I'm not going to be able to handle a group or a program like that. So I told her, I'm not going to be, you're not going to have me in a program like that where I'm going to benefit anybody or anything's going to benefit me. As far as doing the other programs, I help the guys out that are in around me, help them with their homework and stuff with these other programs.
But don't you think with the substance issues that you've experienced in your life, that going into a tier program yourself would have given you some extra insights about maybe why?
I understand a lot of the drugs. I mean, I watched my father put a 12 gauge under his neck at the age of 5. I've experienced different drugs throughout my life, and it's been periodic and momentarily. I mean, when I was addicted to methamphetamine out in California, that drug took control of my life. I got off it. I stayed off it. When heroin took control of my life, I got off heroin. I stayed off it. When I go to the Lord, I don't go to the AA and any meetings. I've got a strong relationship with Christ. I love that part of life. I go to Emmanuel Baptist in Newington, Connecticut. That's my, church of where my kids go here. Karen's done since left me since it's in, she can't take it no more. So I plan on working on getting her back when I get home. not going to an NA meeting. They sit in there for an hour. They talk about drinking and drugging. Then they open the door and, you know, say good luck. You know, well, they just put it in your mind for the last hour and a half. They talk to you about it, and then they have nothing to offer you upon it. Say good luck. We'll see you next week. Try to stay away from it. Well, in order to keep something out of my life, I avoid it altogether. You know, I don't. You know, if you're gonna them programs don't make sense to me.
Okay.
I know that sounds. You know, people are like that. You know, but it don't. You know, they talk about the same thing over and over. You know, they do their best to hold on day to day and not use it. God bless them.
Okay, Mr. Combs. So I think what you're saying to me is that in reference to the meth and the heroin issues you had, you were able to yourself quit cold turkey, and you were able to stay off of those drugs in your past without benefit of programming.
No, I had used it. I had used programming. I had used in California. I had used NA to help me get off program. When I found myself addicted to something, I did use some programming. That you know, I went to the rooms at NA, and I have friends still from those rooms. But I ultimately get back to the Lord and my Bible, and then I get back to myself, and I put other things in my life. You know, I get back to sports and. You know, or I keep that out of my life. You know, I can't keep it out of my life and then we'll talk about it. They don't coincide right with me. That doesn't fit.
So your relapse prevention plan upon release is to stay involved with your church, to stay clear of any type of influences. Tell me about what that looks like.
Well, you do your best. It's all available. You got package stores at every corner. You know, I mean, you walk down the street and there's a package store. You can go to you walk down the street and there's a drug dealer there. You know, he's sitting in the car next to you. You know, I mean, it's what you want to do. If you want to get high, you're gonna get high. If I want to get high, I'm gonna get high. If I want to stay away from him, I'm gonna stay away from him. I choose. There's a lot of other things I want in my life that I want back that have been taken from my life. That drinking and drugging, you have no place in that. You know, you can ask the staff and the guys that are around here. You need some kind of reference. When the conversation comes up around me, I kill it right away. These guys don't talk to me. They don't bring up those conversations around me. I don't indulge into it. I can't indulge in it. You know, I don't reminisce about it. I don't glorify it. There's nothing to glorify there. You know, when you get stuck on drugs, it takes every penny out of your pocket. What's here to glorify there? You know? I'm not going to sit there and listen to somebody talk about that.
All right. So moving on to my next question. You had mentioned that you had been in a relationship for 22 years, but you're not with her at this point in time, but you're going to maybe look to rekindle that when you get on the outside with Karen. You said also in one of your reports that, go ahead.
It's by the grace of God.
Okay. You also said that you didn't have community support, but you mentioned your church and you mentioned your sons. So are they supportive of you at this point? Do you have relationships with them?
I do, and I don't know what do you mean. I said I didn't have community support. I don't remember saying that.
It was in one of the reports that we have from your
I'm saying I don't have it.
That's good. I'm glad that. Go ahead.
There's been times where I didn't have community support, and where I've had and changing and life changing. There's been times where there wasn't community support, and that's and that I met through programs. Now Karen and my brothers and sisters have always been there. My kids are there. Okay. That support right there, that support hasn't gone anywhere.
Do you talk to them frequently, Mr. Combs?
In the last 2 months, I haven't talked to him. In the last, he got in, I was calling, me and Nicholas were talking every day. He doesn't pick up the phone that much anymore, but, he's a 16-year-old kid, teenager. I'm missing that part of his life. Jason's 19, he's got the kid that holds 2 jobs to himself. Karen, she works the farm motor vehicles. She goes home, takes care of her father, and she's 54 years old, we met in 2003. We got together. We've had 2 beautiful kids since then.
So I have one more question for you about your release plan. there were a few options that you talked about when you spoke with, I believe, the parole officer. You had talked about a halfway house. You had also mentioned an interest in going to Maine and getting your job back. And then you had also mentioned the potential of putting a mobile home on your brother's property. Can you tell us a little bit about what direction you're leaning in?
Well, my brother Billy's got a chance to, he wants to create a bed and breakfast for hunters in the state of Maine. And if he does get the land up there and it gets that project going, he wanted my site work and some help up there. And the council was asking me, and I said, yeah, we would, he said, what would I do for housing? And I said, well, we would put a site camper on there, and I'd live in there, at the time. Here, Johnny and both Brian Susie, who is, very well to do in Torrington, has worked for me upon release. John Shear, the gentleman who's involved with the truck here, that's behind the truck on, Johnny's worked me for the last 25 years. There's no ill will towards him where this truck's concerned. You can pick up the phone and call him, there's work there for me there. I can throw my tool belt over my shoulder and work up to a job site, and I will find work. I don't mean to sound cocky, but, I know the talent, my skills, and, I'm a hard worker, so I will find work. The program I was talking about, which I'm kind of excited about, is there's a woman talking to me through CR here, through that App Foundation, and there's supposedly housing and a counselor at my disposal upon release. And if that's something that's looks like it's going to come to fruition, I will, travel down that path right there and see what becomes of that. If not, then I plan to just, get back to work in construction, get myself an apartment, because basically when they came in now, they took, and they caught me in the middle of moving my stuff with the truck. I have nothing. I'm going out the door with absolutely no clothing, no furniture, no vehicle, nothing. My truck that was was in the garage at the time. I don't know where the hell my nephew's got that. It's the only reason why I borrowed Johnny's truck to move my stuff. My nephew Jake, who owns, Liberty Recycling. I mean, if I need to go to work, there's work at the scrapyard. My nephew Wesley owns a scrapyard in Meriden. There's family work. There's never a means for not working. I've got a hard work ethic.
Okay, thank you for talking to me, Mr. Combs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sacco. Mr. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Combs, you rate very high as a person who will reoffend, right? These are just what I'm reading from your documents. You rate very high to reoffend. You have an extensive criminal history, not just here, but a multi-state criminal history that spans a long period of time. You were on probation when this offense was committed. You basically do not accept responsibility for this offense because you say you thought it was kind of an understanding that you could have permission to use this truck, but you don't take full responsibility for it. You don't have a real strong support system on the outside. I'm trying to work out in my head, like, what makes you a good candidate to be released. You didn't take programming. You didn't think the programming, you didn't like the programming. You didn't agree with the programming. You don't agree with the 12-step NA, AA for your substance abuse stuff. Yet you rate very high on the substance abuse scale. You're the higher. You're a 5 on that scale. I want to help you, but I'm struggling with, like, how do we do that with someone who, only wants to get out because he's tired of being in? And so I'm trying to kind of figure that out. Is there anything else you could share with us? I mean, if there was programming available to you, what program would be helpful for you?
What program would be helpful to me? What helps me is staying away from people who see a negative aspect in me. But throughout my life, I've been in and out of incarceration. I've not done well here. I've not done well there. I've always stepped up and took my responsibility upon. If I had done something, I took my sentence. I didn't run from it. There were a few times when I was younger that I had taken off. If I had, if I was gotten arrested for something that I didn't want to do the jail time, that was for whatever was going on at the moment. When my son was taken from Maine and I escaped the county jail and didn't accept the responsibility there, was on the loose. I had lost my mind. I didn't know where he was. I wasn't trying.
Can we try to stick with what can help you? Because I'm trying to figure out how we can help you out in this. I can't. I'll be honest with you. I can't come up with anything because of all these other areas that I just outlined for you.
And I see where you're coming from. You're looking. Yeah, you got a piece of paper in front of you. You're looking in the past. I'm not looking in the past. Unfortunately,
I'm looking at what you shared with us today.
Okay. What's going to help me is me. I'm not going to look at what you have in front of you and I'm not going to. First of all, that's all you have to go on. That's all you know about me. And then what you asked me today, all I have is myself to go on. I'm a very positive person. I'm a very kind person. I'm a very loving person. I plan to get back into what I know to do, get a job, support myself, and basically stay out of trouble.
Yeah, but that's been my point is that's been a real challenge.
Yeah, and like there's many more moments that I've done something good than opposed to what I've not done. Everybody, if you're only sitting there reading the wrongs about me, of course I'm a very negative person in your eyes. And I would understand it as to anybody. If I went around and got everybody's wrongs and that was the only thing I had said to them, I would avoid that person. I would suggest that what you're reading on the person you're reading about, avoid me, leave me alone. If you don't want nothing to do with me until October comes, where I get my freedom back and I get my life back, I only got me to look forward to. I can only depend on myself. I'm like I said, I will get a job. I will get back. I will get an apartment back on me. I will do my best to try to get my family around me again, and that's all that I want right now. I'm not looking forward to anything other than that.
Well, thank you so much for listening to me, Mr. Combs. I appreciate it. Good luck.
I don't like the person that's sitting in front of you that you're reading about, so hopefully I can change him. And when I do change that person that you're reading about,
it's not a matter of not liking you, Mr. It's a matter of figuring out what's the best way that we can help you so you succeed, because you've had many challenges in the past. That's it. Thank you for talking to me this morning.
Thank you. Mr. Combs, we're going to deliberate. You can listen, sir. Please don't interrupt. Ms. Sacco.
Mr. Coombs is 55 years old. He's had some previous issues, the justice system. He's serving 35 months flat at this point, and he does.
Sir, sit down, please.
And he does rate out at very high with a rating for risk to recidivate. On the good side, he has utilized programming in the past concerning his substance use and has been successful with them, and has also self-reported that he has weaned himself off of substances as well in the past without benefit of programming within the facility. He has employment promises, and he has had no discipline reports during this period of incarceration, and states that there is support with certain family members in the community upon his release for him to become employed, etc. With that being said, we have a few months to go until his end of sentence, and I feel as if he has a handle on where he thinks he has to go, but I'm concerned from suitability in terms of the lack of programming and the release plan at this point, if he is set up to be successful.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez?
I think I laid out the areas I share my concerns. I would agree there's no DRs, which is, I think, a very positive thing. I mean, I hear him saying that he wants to work when he comes out. But I'm struggling with the suitability as well. I mean, this is a flat sentence. He gets out in September. Maybe some supervision could help him put some things together. But I'm really kind of struggling with that.
I think that
Finish hearing from my colleague.
that is my concern about the type of sentence and whether with some of the programs that he mentioned in terms of construction and his need for housing and reentry services, where that leaves us today.
Well, Mr. Combs has said repeatedly throughout this entire process that the only help that he needs is himself, and that he's participated in programs, that none of that stuff is where he's relying solely on God. And I think that he's prepared to go out at the end of his sentence because he wants to be done with this and live his life. The flip side of that is that if you are considering granting him parole, he will be required to participate in a sex offender treatment. And he said he's not doing that.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we're wasting our
What's
time.
setting him up for failure for?
I mean, because he's already saying what it is that he is going to do. So I do not support discretionary parole. I had no questions for him because I knew that I was not going to support discretionary parole. So I don't see any evidence of offender change. This offense was committed while he was on probation, and his criminal history is horrendous.
It is.
So for me, it's a no.
For me, it's a no too, but I've listed those areas.
So we would be going with inadequate institutional program and evidence of offender change.
I just have
Criminal history.
I have criminal history, and we would have to separate those two. Inadequate evidence of offender change is one, and another one is no programs, lack of program participation. So, with regard to Hillary Combs 139987, I move to deny discretionary parole based on his criminal history, his inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Combs, you'll receive this in writing, sir. Good luck.
This concludes our hearing. So.
Morning.
Can I have your name, please?
Was
How
that
much
Raymond?
my order?
Good morning, my name is Officer Williams, today is Tuesday, January 28, 2025. And this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Parties and Parole. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, I'm panel member Barry.
Morning, panel member Rodriguez.
And I'm panel member Zappo Sassett.
Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jose Ramos, 155776.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Jose Ramos, 155776. He is serving a sentence of 11 years, 5 months, 29 days of execution suspended after 6 years, 6 months, with 5 years of probation for 3 counts of violation of restraining order. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of December 1st, 2024. There is no victim number in this case. Excuse me. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: domestic violence, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores. The offender's overall score for recidivism falls in the very high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to come before you. And I'd like to extend my apologies to the victim and the family for putting them through a real rough time, I believe. I've taken a few programs to work on myself. And I actually signed up for some that I weren't allowed to take because they weren't on my OAP. But I've done a lot of working on me. And I'm pretty sure that I'm a better person. In here, I have time to reflect on the reason why I am here. And just couldn't believe it. I am ashamed and I am very sorry. And wish that I could take all the childish behavior and mature behavior back, but I can't. And I can only imagine what the victim has thought and went through. I have a very strong support system now. I'm looking forward to get married. I'm relocating to Hartford, and I hope to be employed there or get my disability because they had given it to me in 2023 while I was in McDougal. But even if so, I would like to work part-time, and I would like to work with the community, with like teenagers and young kids, and spread my message, my truth, because the things that I've done for being here is totally out of character with me.
Okay, well, we appreciate that info, Mr. Ramos. So what's going to happen is each of us will take an opportunity to ask you some questions. When we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision, okay?
Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez, I'm going to start with the question. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I guess it's still morning, right, Mr. Ramos?
Yep.
Yes.
I don't know. These charges were very, very serious. Right? I mean, and initially reading, it said that you didn't recall. You recalled the windshield wiper situation, but you didn't recall the one where you put a gun to the young lady's head.
Well, that didn't take place.
You now recall that?
That didn't take place because I'm not even charged for that.
That's
what I'm here for. I am totally guilty of.
Yeah, which is a criminal violation of a restraining order.
I understand
Correct?
that.
Three different charges.
Correct.
And in one of those, the reason it was because that's the event that happened during that violation of the restraining order. That you were standing next to her and had put a gun to her head.
That's not what I plead guilty to, because that didn't take place.
Well, that's what was reported. No, we only go by what we're reporting, right? But I understand what the charge is to restraining order.
Right.
Okay, I'm looking at the circumstances of it, and I know you said you didn't recall that. You didn't say you didn't do it in this, when you talked to the parole officer, you said you didn't recall that incident.
No, I probably misrepresented myself because I'm aware of that language, but I was never charged for that. Because that didn't take place.
Okay, so what did take place?
Nothing. I did call. I did.
So we had the windshield wiper episode, right? Which you do admit to.
Yeah.
What? Tell me about the other two.
Well, that was just to let it be known that I was there because for real, I was embarrassed. I wanted to apologize, and I knew that I had the restraining order, and there's no cleaning that up.
Did that happen? Did it happen when she was trying to get into her car? Come out of her car?
No, she wasn't even there. She wasn't even present when that happened.
Okay. And the other one, you had three. Both situations were what? You were aware when you violated these?
I'm aware of the texting. I'm aware of the phone conversation. I'm aware of all of that, and I plead guilty to that. I am guilty for that, and I wish that I could take all of that back because that was very immature of me.
I appreciate you apologizing to the victim in your opening statement. I think that was important. But tell me exactly what you're apologizing for.
I'm apologizing for everything. I'm apologizing for contacting the victim and saying what I've said. And I just wish that I could take all of that back.
What do you think the impact has been on the victim?
I can imagine. I mean, I can't imagine, but I know that it's bad. And I wish that there was a way that I could take all of that back. I wish that there was a way that they could hear me and address them with my apologies because I sincerely am apologetic. I sincerely am hurt behind that.
This is a public hearing. They may be watching. And if they are, what would you say?
I would say that I'm sorry, that I never meant to do all the dumb stuff that I did, the immature stuff that I did, the reckless stuff that I did. I'm 56 years old.
Yeah.
I know better. And I've had all this time to work on myself, work on me. And
I'm gonna get to that in a little bit, okay? About the work that you've done. But I want to find a little bit. I want to know a little bit about your criminal history, because you have a pretty extensive history. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
There's a charge on here for in 1998 for racketeering.
Right.
How much time did you serve for that?
Almost 18 years.
And what was the purpose? What was the reason for that racketeering charge? What were you actually charged with?
Oh, they charged me for drugs, and the reason why the feds picked it up is because they claimed that the drugs come from interstate and interfere with interstate commerce. So that's automatically a federal case.
You drove from one state to another.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, and so but you served 18 years for that. But you've had previous to that, you had other substance abuse charges, and I'm trying to understand, were those because you had an issue with drugs, or were you strictly doing it for profit basis?
Both.
You had an issue with drugs as well.
That's why I'm taking tier 2 right now because of that.
When did you start tier 2?
Like a few weeks ago.
Yeah, because I know we only had you down as having completed domestic violence.
Yeah, I have that. I have searching for security that I took for mental health. And I have a bunch of requests here that I've been trying to do programs such as anger management and voices. And
are those programs that you think you need?
Pardon me?
Are those programs that you think you need?
Well, I wanted to take everything available for me here because I want to work on myself. And they wrote me back telling me that I was on the waiting list and please be patient. And then months went by, I wrote again, and they telling me that it's not on my OAP and that the list is very long. I have them here with me, the requests.
You mentioned taking other programs separate from the ones listed on your OAP. What were those programs besides searching for security?
That I would have liked to take?
No, I think you said that you had taken additional programming that wasn't on your
Okay,
OAP.
yes, I did. What was on my OAP was domestic violence. I did that.
Which I got that, you completed that, but what were you mentioned that you took other programs that weren't. What were they?
Oh, no. That I'm taking tier 2 now. I requested other programs, but weren't available. They weren't available.
That's on your OAP though. An addiction service program is on your OAP.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is that I asked for anger management, voices, anything that could help me to work on myself. And I have the responses here that they weren't on my OAP. So now they're letting me take tier 2 after all this time that I've been waiting.
And when do you complete tier 2?
When do I complete it? In March, I think it's March 26th.
It's like two and a half months.
It's a 9-week program.
Because your substance abuse issue was my other concern. Because I want to make sure you get that kind of straightened out and you got that right. Have you put together, well, I'm going to assume that you haven't put together a relapse prevention plan.
No.
So that's something I think you may want to think about while you're taking your tier 2. Yeah. One of the things that we look for when you're coming out is that you're kind of set up in your plan. You have a plan related to how you're going to handle your recovery.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm not like a everyday user. It's just very seldom that I do use them, but I recognize that is a problem.
That you have an addiction problem, or that?
I mean,
what are you recognizing?
I recognize that can be a problem. That it is a problem, because even if I do it periodically, it could be at a celebration or whatever. It's still a problem because I shouldn't do it from the beginning.
And in fact, you just shared that part of your past history was related to your substance abuse use and you're wanting to make money off the community.
Correct.
Do you feel the community was the victim of your offenses?
No. The victim of my offenses, not when I communicate with them?
No. Do you think that the community was a part of your victims of your, not just these offenses, but your previous offenses?
The community?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe so.
Tell me a little bit about your, you got a GED?
Yes.
You got that when you were incarcerated federally?
Yes, sir.
Any plans on any other education?
Well, I took Psychology 101 while I was there after I got my GED. And when I came home, I didn't pursue it. I just started doing other jobs. However,
you took it as a college course.
Correct. I would like to, I don't know, maybe visit like nonprofit organizations or shelters or whatever so that I can talk about my experiences, because I'm just too old for this. I'm too old for this. And guys shouldn't put themselves in this predicament because there's a better way. Things need to be thought true, and I kick myself in the butt every day here for that. I wish that my actions, I would have never took my actions and my behaviors. And I'm accepting my responsibility for that.
Yeah. You had 4 community releases in your history of of the four, three of those you didn't do well. What happened that you didn't do well?
I was just young and stupid. That's the gist of it.
What's going to be different now then?
Well, my plans now is to actually get married and just live a productive life. This environment is there's better things to do than being here. I don't want to break the law. I don't want to bother nobody. I don't want to hurt nobody. I don't want to use drugs. I just
You're currently in a relationship.
Yes.
Does that person know about your history?
Yes.
About this particular history?
Yes.
This offenses?
Mm-hmm.
And you guys have worked that through? You've worked that through together? What's going to make this relationship different?
I mean, I'm more aware of me. I know that she loves me. I know that I love her. I know that we're compatible. And I just want to get married and live a normal life, a productive life. I want to do the things that I needed to do in order for me to be out of here. And trust me, I'm not just telling you this because I want to go home. But this is a waste of my time and everybody's time here. There's a better way to live your life. And I am just ashamed of my actions, of my behavior.
I heard that. Thank you. I hear that. Tell me a little bit about your release plan, because there wasn't a whole lot in it. And I'm trying to, there's no verified employment, right?
Well, like I said, I want to
there's no verified sponsor. Let me finish. There's no verified sponsor. Say you want to give back to the community. I'm not sure what that means.
No, I just want to talk to the youth or whoever wants to listen. Like going to like homes, shelters, hospital, wherever it is that I can just spread my message so that I can help people open their eyes and see that this ain't what they want to do. And the reason why you don't have my sponsor there is because the gentleman, Mr. Williams, forgot to ask me for the phone number. But I wrote him and like twice already trying to give him the phone number so they could contact my sponsor. And I don't know what happened. And he wasn't able to get back to me, I guess.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Well, based on that release plan, tell me what support you're going to have on the outside to help make it successful.
Well, I have my family. I have her to help me. And myself, my determination. I'm determined to what I want to do. I want to become a better person. I want to contribute to my home. Like I said, I'm not getting any younger. This is right. This isn't where I want to be.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest that as it relates to the community, that since you're involved in Tier 2, you haven't finished it yet, that you make sure that you begin to focus on establishing a recovery plan for yourself on the outside. That would mean getting a sponsor, getting involved with CRCI, getting involved with those positive people on the outside that can keep you kind of in a positive direction.
So I do have a sponsor. She just hasn't been contacted.
But that's my point, that you get that set up. I mean, I realize that because you said you just started your Tier 2.
No, he's talking about a sponsor for his house.
Oh, no, I'm talking about a recovery sponsor.
Oh, yes, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, that has that. I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair, for clarifying it for me. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, a recovery sponsor. And that's so you make sure that you've got that recovery plan truly set up for yourself before you come out. And also, that you work on what you want to do about your work. I realize you want to do disability, but you're gonna have to figure out how that fits in with disability, because you can only work so long if you're gonna be collecting disability.
But I have certain skills that, that I could drive a forklift, I could work in warehouses, I work in manufacturing, so I could do those things either way.
That's positive. That's very positive. All right, for the moment, I don't have any additional questions for you, Mr. Ramos. I'm gonna pass it on to my colleagues. If I have any additional ones, I'll ask when they finish.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. So, Mr. Ramos, the math isn't mathing for me. You have several violation of restraining orders from the year 2021, right?
Right.
And you say you've been with your girlfriend for 10 years.
I mean, off and on, because we known each other since we were young.
So you haven't been with her for 10 years,
No,
especially if you were involved with this woman.
No, I said that off and on, we've been together for 10 years. I know when I was with her, I wasn't with her, with the other one.
So do you know that you tormented this lady?
Yes, I am.
At work, and one of her coworkers saw you outside messing with her car, and it immediately invoked terror in her. What did you do to this lady to make her so afraid of you?
I mean, I'm just sorry, I guess, conversations that we had.
Well, putting a gun to her head.
Excuse me?
Putting a gun to her head, but and taking her car. I don't even know. You didn't do that?
I did not put it to her head.
Okay, well, like someone heard you. So tell me about every time that you stole a car, you had a motor vehicle accident. So the August violation of protective restraining order, you ran into people's fence, and they said that wasn't your first time doing it. So why? What was going on? You were just a menace out in the community.
Listen, that day I was a mess. I was under the influence really bad.
Under the influence of what?
Of drinking, drugging.
Right, because then you went to the Starbucks and tried to take somebody else's car, and you passed out.
To where?
Starbucks. When the guy on the bicycle came and he was standing over you trying to get you some help. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Too much. It just is too much.
But those are two incidents that I'm ashamed of.
Well, you should be.
Very ashamed of. I wish I could take it all back, but I can't.
And I really get the feeling that you're minimizing your addiction. Because who else behaves this way?
You're probably right.
And after serving almost 20 years of your life in a federal prison for drugs, why for the life of you would you think that you're gonna go out and commit other crimes and be okay?
All it takes is just one mistake.
Well, this was more than one mistake, sir.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying it's very dumb and stupid of me.
Ms. Sacco.
Mr. Ramos, one of the recommendations within these reports that we've read this morning is for you to continue with individual therapy and medication management when you are eventually released from your period of incarceration. Is that something that you can see yourself complying with moving forward?
Yes.
I don't have any.
Thank you. So, Mr. Ramos, give us a few minutes to talk about your case. We'll give you our decision shortly. Please don't interrupt. Mr. Rodriguez.
Just writing down.
Okay.
Well, sure. Anyway, so I'm struggling with Mr. Ramos this morning. One is so limited responsibility, accepting of responsibility, some of this. He's not taken The only program he's taken is DV, which I think is good that he's taken DV, but it's the only programming he's really completed. He's still taking tier 2. I agree with you, Madam Chair, that he has been minimizing his substance abuse issues and his addiction issues. So he's a very high risk. He scores as a very high risk to recidivate. He has not completed his programming to date. He's not completed his addiction service programming today, which I think is critical. When talking about his release plan, because he hasn't done any addiction work, he hasn't really established any kind of recovery plan to come out on the outside. I am not going to be supportive of his discretionary parole today. I would be willing to hear from my colleagues. He did say he could use anger management and voices, which I kind of agree he could use those 2 programs. I'd be willing to hear from my colleagues whether they think a here could benefit him at some point. The EOS is not until 2027. But I am not in a position to recommend his discretionary parole today.
Thank you. Ms. Saffold?
I think that there is some concerns over the minimization, but I do think that he is somewhat pragmatic about his situation. And I don't know that I support release today, but I think that I could support review in a year, which would give him 2 years of discretionary parole prior to his 5 years of probation, if he could get a couple more programs under his belt.
Okay. I honestly had Mr. Ramos going to the end of his sentence. All the stuff that he did to this lady and everybody else with his behaviors is just, it's so much. But I can understand the incentive to go and do further programs and come back before the board. While that does not in any way mean that he's going to be released, at least someone else can take a look at him and see if he is more suitable, because today he is definitely not. So we'll deny his discretionary parole today for inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change, and we will rehear him in January of 2026. Is that okay?
Yep.
All right, I move to Jose Ramos 155776 be denied discretionary parole for inadequate evidence of offender change and inadequate program participation. I further move to rehear him in January of 2026. There's second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 All right, Mr. Ramos, we're going to give you another opportunity to do this. What we're going to ask you to do, sir, is refrain from incurring any additional disciplinary infractions. We didn't even talk about the fighting ticket that you received. But don't get any more tickets. Get in as many programs as you possibly can. I would encourage you to participate in NA and AA, voices, any kind of programming that you believe that will be helpful or beneficial to you when you return to the community. As my colleague stated, you talked about going out on disability, take a trade. You know, there's so much in there for you to do.
I would like to do those programs, but they have to be on the OAP.
Right.
So can you make sure that it is on the OAP?
We are going to put it in our decision what we would like to see you do. And hopefully this denial will put you in a position to try to get to the top of the list to get in programs. All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Good luck to you, Mr.
Thank you. Have a good day.
This concludes the hearing for Jose Ramos 155776. Good afternoon, my name is Paul Williams. Today is Tuesday, January 28th, 2025. And this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Finance and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon. And by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Panel Member Berry.
Good morning, Panel Member Rodriguez.
And I'm Allan Sasso.
Please state your name and MA number for the record.
My name is Jercarie Porter. My MA number is 283-423.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Jercarie Porter, 283-423. He is serving a sentence of 4 years flat for 2 counts of possession, correction, 2 counts of criminal possession of a pistol, sales of narcotics, and criminal possession of a firearm. As of today, records reflect the approachability date of October 28th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. No programs have been completed to date. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in the very high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Tell us why you think you deserve parole, sir.
Okay. I have a letter. Is it okay if I read it?
It sure is. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Board of Pardons and Paroles. To begin with, I would like to say I accept full responsibility for my actions and the crimes I committed leading up to my incarceration. I don't have any excuses for my actions. I made a lot of bad decisions in the past that not only affected myself, but my family as well. All I know is that I have to do better. Prior to me catching these charges, I've managed to stay out of trouble for almost 10 years. I worked as a forklift operator for Dollar Tree Distribution Center in Windsor, Connecticut, for 3 years as a trainer. When I lost my job, I made one of the many bad decisions I made to turn to the streets and start selling drugs. That lifestyle took me down many dark roads. It put me at risk of losing my life, my wife, and the respect of my kids, and eventually leading to my incarceration. Since I've been in this facility, I've managed to maintain a custodial job since March of 2024. I've also volunteered as a laundryman to stay busy, and I successfully completed the Voices program. If granted parole, my wife, Carita Porter, will be my sponsor. Since I've been incarcerated, she has moved from the north end of Hartford, Connecticut, to a condo in Salisbury, Connecticut. I have a job waiting for me as a forklift operator at ADUSA. My plan is to work at ADUSA until I'm able to acquire my CDLs. Once I get my CDLs, I'm going to learn everything I can about the trucking business and gain the experience as a driver until I can eventually start my own trucking business. In conclusion, I am a proud father of 4, 2 21-year-olds, 1 10-year-old, and 1 5-year-old. I've been with my wife for 12 years and married for 4. I stand before you today a humble and changed man. I'm not perfect, but I can assure you that I have every intention of doing better for myself and my family. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Porter, for preparing that statement. You did cover a lot of ground. I'm glad to hear that you have a valid release plan. I'm glad to see that your wife is still being supportive of you despite your choices. And I also understand that children can definitely be incentive for us to stay on the right path, you know. So I'm really hoping that you keep that letter and refer to it, you know, when you're released, because, you know, it helps keep you accountable. I mean, you wrote those words, right? No one else did, right?
Yes,
So those are obvious goals. So what will happen? Well, you've been before the parole board before, because I showed that you were voted to parole in 2008, right?
I'm sorry, man, what was that?
You've been before the parole board before, because I showed that you were voted to parole back in 2008.
No, I never. This is the first time I've ever been in front of the parole board.
Really?
Yes.
So you were in on a 5-year sentence back in 2008. No?
No, I never had a 5-year sentence. It's the most time I ever had, the 4 years.
Okay, well, maybe it looks like the wrong person. Hold on. So what's going to happen is we're going to take an opportunity to ask you some questions, and when we're done, we will deliberate and give you our decision, okay?
Okay, ma'am.
I'm just looking up this because I feel. Me too. You were on special, yeah.
Oh, special parole.
Yeah.
Yes, I had special parole.
No, but you enter for the next page.
Maybe wait.
No, he didn't. It says that you were released on February 9th, 2009 to discretionary parole. And then you violated your parole the next month. And then you started your special parole in April.
Oh, I don't know. All I know is about the special parole. I wasn't aware. I never
So
left.
you don't remember sitting before a parole board?
No, ma'am.
Wow. Okay. Well, so according to the documents that we reviewed in preparation for today's hearing, you had some issues in the past using PCP. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct? And
Yes,
so, why haven't you completed a tier program yet?
The only program that was on my OAP was Voices. I just completed what they told me to do.
I see you were supposed to do addiction services, voc-ed, and a job. Are you working?
Yes, I'm a chairman. I've been a chairman since March of 2024.
Okay, because I heard you say you were doing, that's the custodial job you were talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you come into first of all, according to our documents, you really do rate out high. You've been released out into the community on 8 occasions under supervised release, and you failed 6 of those. And you come into the prison now and you have an overall total of 22 disciplinary infractions over your span of time in the facility. And this time you have 3.
This 22 this time around, Miss?
No, 22 overall, since in and out, in and out.
My excuse, I was young. I wasn't ready to change and none of that. I was just ready.
How about in December of last year when you were using the candy wrapper with the K2 on the inside?
The candy wrapper with the K2, that was an incident in the child hall.
Right, that was last month.
Yes, ma'am. Somebody came up to me and asked me for a milk. I told him he could have the milk. I thought he was giving me a piece of candy. The CO was standing right there. He seen the dude put the candy wrapper on the table. Soon as I picked the candy wrapper up, the CO asked for the candy wrapper. I gave it to him.
So why did you get a ticket then?
Because they told me if I was to fight it, I would have to stay in SAG for 10 days. Vice versa, me copping out to it, I would only stay there for 5. And I'm claustrophobic, so I decided to just take it because they was gonna make me stay in SAG for 10 days regardless.
And then, but in March of the year before that, you were smoking marijuana inside the prison.
Yes, I was. Yeah, I was in McDougal. I was smoking marijuana.
I have to be honest with you, Mr. Porter, that I until you participate in a tier program, I don't believe that you will be in a position to be granted discretionary parole. You have to address your underlying issues. It shows that you struggled in the past under supervision. You have received 5 violations of your special parole for being in
But that was only, I'm sorry for cutting you off, that was for drinking. When I violated, I violated for drinking when I was on parole.
And they said PCP too. It said no. PCP. It said, I'm telling you what the reports say, that you were using PCP. That's what it says.
When I was on special parole?
When you were on special parole, you violated your probation. You violated it 5 times. Okay, so their records may be wrong, but that's what
and I think I don't want this to affect me because I violated my special parole. They put me in 3-quarter houses. They gave me my own apartments. When they came, they gave me breathalyzers. I violated because I blew a bad breathalyzer drinking. It had nothing to do with PCP, miss.
All right, now hold on 1 second, and I'm going to read to you where I saw it but nonetheless,
Like prior to me catching these charges, miss, I stayed out there for almost 10 years working. I was changing. That when I was on special parole, I was young.
I know you were young. You're still young, but it seems to be that your decision making continues to be the same. you make poor decisions, and that's why you're in prison now.
Yes, ma'am.
And hold on one second, I just want to read it. I know I don't usually make stuff up. I try not to. Sometimes I do, but nonetheless, regardless of what this says, though, that program is on your OAP, and I would like to see you participate in that.
Because I've been in this facility for a little over a year now. And the program that they told me that I had to take was Voices. I took Voices and I wrote request forms, but to get on any program that they allowed me to get into. Voices was the only one that they finally gave me that I completed, and I completed that successfully.
It says in March of 2009, after being on discretionary parole for 3 weeks, you were returned for a positive drug screen for PCP. You denied using PCP, but they still said that you tested positive for it. That didn't happen?
2009?
Yeah. It does say that you were using alcohol. They said that you weren't showing up for your treatment when you were out there. So you were a bit of a,
That's not,
I mean, yeah, it was, but yeah, I mean, you were out there. You were struggling when you were out there. So
I was being defiant when I was out there. I was a lot younger. I was a lot younger. And
okay.
No, I mean.
So now what do you think your drug of choice is then? Marijuana?
Marijuana, I don't even have desire to smoke marijuana anymore. I just want to get a job, go home and take care of my family. It's been messing me up since I was younger. It's
Right.
it's not for me. It's like, I can accept the fact that it's not for me. I haven't done it in a while. Like I said, before I came here, I was out there for almost 10 years working. We subject to urines whenever they decide to take a urine. I haven't been smoking, none of that. I lost my job. I got caught up, started selling drugs and everything else that come with that.
It wasn't 10 years either.
It was almost 10 years, ma'am.
You received the breach of peace in 2015, and you came back into the facility in 22. So it's about 8 years.
About 10, I'm sorry, about eight years. And I thought that was like about 10. That's 2 years off. I apologize.
I mean, it's your choice, though. You know, to be honest, you can. It seems like you want to do your life in prison in installments.
I don't, ma'am. I honestly don't.
Ms. Sappo?
So what I'd like to just spend a few minutes on is talking about the fact that a lot of the offenses that we're looking at, the recent ones, also had guns involved. And so from a public safety aspect, there was a reference in your sentencing, I believe it was either the attorney or the judge who labeled you as a persistent offender, and that you keep bonding out until this last arrest for the possession of the firearm by a felon, and that it was only because the bond was high enough this time that you weren't able to post out. So tell me about the guns and why that was an element of your life at this point.
Once I lost my job at Dr. Distribution Center, I started selling drugs. And I was a little successful with the drugs. I was making a lot of money. I was wearing jewelry and stuff like that. Unnecessary things that was attracting attention towards me. I didn't want to get robbed. I didn't want nobody to do anything to me. Being honest, I had a weapon for my protection.
Okay, but you can see how that sparks concern amongst us from a public safety standpoint, because guns are the leading cause of violence in communities. And when we're judging a suitability for release against the backdrop of public safety, and you are already not allowed to have firearms based on your previous convictions, it causes and gives us, pause for concern on that. How long did you work at Dollar Tree and when did you stop working there? It says 3 years?
Yes, 3 years.
Okay, and what happened with that employment situation?
I ended up getting fired
Because?
because I was a trainer, and I guess I was punching the numbers wrong when we was doing RMs and stems. You got to put the exact amount that's on the pallets or to mess up everything.
Mhm.
And the way I was trained is, I mean, you count the first top, whatever that is, you multiply it. Sometimes it'd be off, sometimes it'd be on. They want the exact number. So by me logging in the wrong number, it messed up the system a little bit, and that was grounds for them to fire me.
Okay. It did say within some of the reports that we read, Mr. Porter, that you have successfully completed both inpatient and outpatient programs while you were in the community.
Yes, ma'am.
So, do you see yourself as being willing and compliant to do programming at whatever
Yes, ma'am.
point you're released in the future?
Yes, ma'am. I do whatever I have to do.
Okay. And how is your relationship now with your family, including the kids and your wife?
It's excellent. We actually moved, we was living on the north in Hartford. That we moved to Simsbury. We got a condo out there now. I mean, she need my help. We got a condo with the rent's $1,400. I mean, I'm just trying to get home so I can help her and be a good dad to my kids. I've been messing up for a while now. I mean, I had it together. I had just had a moment of weakness, and I started selling drugs again, man. And as a result, I ended up back in here.
Right. So the moment of weakness, though, started in August of 19 and then went to September of 20 and then to August of 21 and back to Hartford for December of 22. And at that point, you had your kids in the car. So I think that, you know, we're not trying to make you, you know, embarrass you or relive this, but you have to understand the level of concern that we have when there's drugs and there's guns and there's, you know, intent to sell. The poison is not just to you and to the immediate customers, but there's a risk for the community as a whole. So we just want to make sure that you understand that the victim is, as you learned in Voices, the victim is not just the person who's doing the transaction. It's everybody.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Zappo. Mr. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I too have a concern about your substance abuse. You rate out of 5, which is the highest you can possibly rate.
That was, I'm sorry.
And we have to go by what we got.
Okay.
So, and there's prior history for you as well. You were in programs already in the past. When did you take those inpatient and outpatient programs?
I'm not sure how long ago it was, but I know I did successfully complete them though.
I'm not disputing successfully complete. My concern would be afterwards relapsing. When did you relapse?
I actually relapsed when I lost my job.
So that's my point. You successfully completed programs, but they didn't, whatever you learned didn't carry on to your job and how you handle the stress of losing a job and that kind of stuff. So that concerns me.
I'll be the first one to admit I'm not perfect. Everybody stumbles here and there, but I don't think I have I'm willing to take whatever program y'all willing to put me out there. As far as outpatient program, I take the program, I do whatever I have to do to better myself.
Well, I mean, I think, you know, you have programs right there you can take that would really, you know, help to get you prepared to come back on the outside and then really be prepared on the outside to do something. You know, you can do all your preparation work while you're there. So when you come out, you're not looking for something you already have set up. So, and the gun charges are significant for me too. I'll be honest with you. You know, New Haven just had 2 gun shootings. Hartford just had a gun shooting the other night. Young people were killing each other.
Respectfully, sir, I didn't do no violence with my guns. No, I didn't hurt anybody. I had no intention of hurting anybody.
I think lots of people don't intend to do violence with their guns, but you know, something happens and something crops up, you don't know what you might end up doing. right? I mean, it's just, that's how it happens.
Yes, sir.
So, but anyway, I don't really have a lot of questions for you. My colleagues asked a lot of questions. Thank you so much. Good luck to you, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I think that we've all agreed that Mr. Porter needs more programming before even entertaining his discretionary parole. He is done, according to my records, in 2026, August of 2026. And he has addiction services on his OAP and woke ed. There's something to do. I honestly believe, though, that if Mr. Porter had not received this disciplinary infraction just a month ago, I think that we may have been leaning more towards releasing him out.
Yeah, please, can you please give me a chance? I'm not bad. I know I'm not perfect, but I know I could get it together. I won't disappoint y'all.
We're not looking for perfection, Mr. Porter. We're looking for, our job here is to determine what's in the best interest of public safety. And so we want to make sure that you have the best chances that you can at being successful when you walk out of those prison doors. And unfortunately, your past record has not been the best. So we're going to talk about your case now, and I'm going to ask you please not to interrupt. Okay?
Yes,
And listen, thank you. So the fact that he rates out high is very concerning, but also the fact that he's serving a flat sentence, I definitely believe that he could benefit from some parole supervision, and the nature of his crimes are not going to change, but they are extremely serious as well. So I don't have him go to parole today. History of 29 criminal convictions, wasn't looking over and making poor decisions all around. I think if they had like a good intentions, bad choices, which they don't have that anymore, it's called new thoughts or something like that. So that would be helpful for him. The tier program, and I would have him come back at a later time. So that's where I am.
Any other program you can take? Yeah,
What are your thoughts?
I would be good with that.
I think that Mr. Porter has had a significant dose of reality about where he is with his life right now. He has several children. He has spent a significant amount of time, on the wrong side of the justice system. He is going to be listed on the deadly weapons registry, which means he can never have a gun. And if he is found with a gun, then I think the time that he has served right now is going to seem very small compared to what future charges are. So from that reality, I think that I would be in favor of incentivizing Mr. Porter to do the programs that we think are important so that he is given a chance to show us that he's serious about everything that he said today, and come back so that a panel can rehear him once those programs are completed.
So I'm thinking he's done in August the 26th, have him come back in September or August of this year.
7 months. Yeah, September maybe.
What are you okay with that?
Yes, because that would leave him with approximately a year.
Right. And the fact of the matter is though that he hasn't done well before. So that would still give him plenty of time if he's able to stay away from the tickets and take the program. So and we'll deny him for forced attention adjustment those tickets and inadequate program participation. And
That's true.
that's supposed to, and we'll hear him in August of this year with a tier program and maybe a new thoughts. I know that's not voluntary, but it's not on this OAP, but any other additional positive programs. All right, with regard to Jercarie Porter 283423, I move to deny discretionary parole today Based on his poor institutional adjustment, you received the 3 disciplinary infractions, with the last one just being last month. And also inadequate program participation. We want to see you take some more programs. I further move that Mr. Porter be reconsidered for discretionary parole in August of this year, at which time he should have successfully completed an addiction services program to be determined by the Department of Corrections, and any other positive programs that he is able to get into and receive no additional disciplinary infractions. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. So, Mr. Porter, we're going to see you back here in in August. So try to get in everything that you can of good intentions, bad choices, a tier program, no tickets. Do your best and come back support us. So we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
This includes a hand for Jercarie Porter 2834.
I'm all set.
You're all
Yeah.
set. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Michael.
Name, please.
Bardon Smith, I think.
Martin Smith, right? Martin.
Yes, sir.
Can't hear you guys. Can't hear you guys. Can't hear you guys.
Good afternoon, my name is Paroles. So Williams, today is Sunday, January 28th, 2025. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Partisan Parole. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record. Certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon. I'm panel member Barry.
Good afternoon, panel member Rodriguez.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
I'm Bardon Smith, inmate number 344710.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for parole application for Bardon Smith, 344710. He is serving a sentence of 6 years and executed suspended 3 years for 3 years of probation for conspiracy to illegal and for a pistol. As of today, records reflect a proactivity date of May 30th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed the following programs, which is utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores. The offender's overall score for recidivism falls in a very high range. This is your opportunity to express the board why you think you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for letting me have the opportunity to speak. At the beginning of my journey, I focused mostly on my treatment and my sobriety. I've applied myself at all chances necessary or opportunities provided to me. I participate in the NA program, the AA program, and I also correspond through the mail with a 12-step coach. I'm sorry. And for me, that's a major part of this whole process. The most important part of this whole process is my sobriety, and I know if I can keep a handle on that, I can do much more things that I want to do for my future, becoming a better father, a better member of society, a productive member of society. So if from when I am released, I plan on continuing that, continue going to meetings, try to find a life coach and a sponsor, and continue practicing the 12 steps
of the Narcotics Anonymous program. Sorry for that. The program I've completed in on this journey is Voices in the 24/7 Dad program. The Voices program, I went into it optimistic, thinking that I was going to do this for you guys and accomplish this for the state and all that. But to my finding, it really helped me out so much. I learned so much throughout the program. I had this blind and ignorant mind state that there was no such thing as victim. I couldn't have been more wrong. I learned that the things and the actions that we take in everyday life and society, it can affect everybody around us, the juveniles, the adults, the grandmothers, the teachers, the parents. And I learned so much. I'm going to keep that with me for the rest of my days from the Voices program. It was a good opportunity. I appreciate the state letting me take that. 24/7 Dad opened my eyes too. I came in, I felt very bad about the decisions I made in my life, and I left. It caused me to leave my daughter. She's gonna be 9 this year, and there's no pain I felt this whole journey to hearing her not understanding what she was going through and why I wasn't there with her, while other kids had their parents and she didn't have her complete set of parents. It was an eye opener. It taught me to listen to her when she speaks, not just to respond, to just really hear what she's saying and just to be a better person for her. I'm gonna take that with me for the rest of my days. Josie and Swayze, the guys that Troy that made the program, great guys. I want to get out there and probably, hopefully, talk to the youth and let them know that, you know, they still got a chance. No matter the circumstances that they're in, still got to be stand-up guys, be parents for their children. And, I would like to do that. Also, while incarcerated, I spent a lot of my time now. I'm the diet cook here in the facility. I cook the diet meals for the inmates full time. I go over there every morning, 5:30. I took that as, the money's great. I could definitely use the money, but I took it as training for when I do get back into the real world. Getting up consistently at 5:30 every morning, no matter how I feel, and doing something productive, making a legal dollar. It's just, I took it as a training camp right now, and I love that. It's my way of giving back too. I like helping out around the facility. That's how I spent my time incarcerated. Personal accomplishments that I do have, I got my GED. I have valid driver license. And I want to take the opportunity when I get eventually free to get my commercial Class A driver license. It's a $1 billion industry. It's financial security for the future and me, my family, my daughter. And it's kind of recession-proof, I think. So I think this is a good plan. I think me having the GED and having a valid driver license, I call them tools. These are tools that's going to allow me to make these goals and dreams realistic. Not only just something I've just thought of while I'm here and play around with. Realistically, if I get there and put my head to it, aside from working, as I know I immediately need to get a job, I should have my CDL and within a year. And, you know, that's future opportunities for me, great opportunities for me. And then I just want to address my remorse and accountability for my actions of my crime. Like, I stumbled upon a rough time in my life, and I tried to find shortcuts for it. And it led me down the longest road ever today, trying to just find an easy way out, a slick way out. I sat around people and talked recklessly, poor judgment, poor communication skills, and just lack of patience. And it cost me dearly. That's pertaining to my crime. And coming into the facility, this whole process, I had a rough time transitioning in. I'm sure you guys can see I have a few infractions. I'm not proud of them. There's never, ever any time an excuse to have to get into physical contact with people. I will say it's a little bit less harder to get away from the situations, but still at the end of the day, I'm responsible for my actions. I gotta communicate. Even if I gotta run and tell the CO, I could have took those type of steps. No excuses for getting into altercations while I'm here. But I will say this, each and every time I took the opportunity to get right back out of those situations, I was punished for it. I took accountability. I entered back into my program and started focusing back on my sobriety. Like right now, I work back into the kitchen. I got back on a steady program. I'm working in the kitchen every morning. So I learned from those experiences. For me, that's having regret and pain is my way of showing and feeling the remorse. I feel like to address those is by me setting my goals and hopefully reaching them. And I guess that's the only way I can really express my regret and remorse, other than telling y'all, sitting down, reflecting, making plans, and hopefully reaching my goals. For my accountability, I don't want to even speak that out no more, just saying I'm sorry. I have to have behavioral changes. My behavior has to change. My actions have to speak louder than any words that I can say. I'm aware of that. I have 3 long years of probation after parole if I'm granted. I think I like that as a crutch. I don't want to say that I need the discipline to be supervised all the time, but it'd be a great opportunity to be supervised, communicate, take advantage of the resources, and hopefully help me reach my goals while being supervised and, still having to answer to somebody, just not being strictly let off the leash. Other things that I got, just the last and not least, I took the opportunity to get the proper credentials that I need so when I get out there, I can hit the ground running. I can immediately find employment, such as my birth certificate, my social security card, and my identification. All that stuff is in line. I do have a part-time job available for me if I was granted to get out there. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Thank you guys for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for sharing that information and sharing with us what you've learned while you've been there in the facility and your hopes and goals for your future. So what's going to happen is each of us will take an opportunity to ask you questions. When we're done, we'll deliberate and give you our decision, okay? And Ms. Apple is going to start with the questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Hello.
My first question for you is about the actual crime. You had not had any involvement with police or the court systems since 2008, when I guess there's a couple of things, youthful offender status, and you did serve at that point. So for 12 plus years, you had nothing happening. And then you concoct this scheme and involve the mother of your child to go out and purchase not 1, but 6 guns. And going through the information, there is reference to one of them showed up in Torrington and another one showed up in an armed robbery in Waterbury in December of 21. But there's no accounting for 4 of them, at least in the documentation that we've received. So tell me what was happening in your life at that point that you thought this was a good idea.
Miss, honestly, when I started having these conversations, there was a couple of individuals present. I was honestly thinking legally transferring the firearms for a profit. Some form of fashion, I want to say I got double crossed by some of the guys there. If you read the report, I wasn't actually on the scene when anything's happened. I never actually had any of those guns in my possession illegally, but still, I did sit and had terrible conversations. Like I said, always try to find these shortcuts instead of just waiting patiently and trying to work and make these things happen the legal way and the legitimate way and paying my taxes for it. I just try to find shortcuts, and it's just terrible training of thoughts, poor communication. Just a lack of poor judgment on my behalf.
So at that point, though, I guess the point that also sticks with me is that you've talked about the 24/7 dad program and wanting to be a better father. When I believe you, this isn't our questions are not designed to embarrass you or make you feel bad. We're trying to get to the crux of why things happened and what it looks like moving forward for you. But you involved the mother of your daughter, which to me puts at risk your daughter with not just the dad, but with the mom. Your daughter could have been without both parents at the same time. So again, in terms of a judgment, I absolutely appreciate your acknowledging that your sobriety is a huge piece of this, that you acknowledge your victims, that you're expressing remorse. And I do believe that that people can have that light bulb moment as you seem to. But we have a couple of things to talk about. And one is, you know, you've acknowledged your alcohol. There was some PCP that seemed to accelerate over time. And then we have your tickets on the inside. So talk to me about the last ticket, which was 4 months ago. You mentioned you had a hard time adjusting. We understand that. But the jealousy on the part of someone who picked a fight with you because you were coming up for parole resulted in you getting a fighting ticket in September.
I don't want to just strictly say, I guess me putting that out into the atmosphere, you're never supposed to, they say just talk about stuff like that. It gives people a little antsy, this, that, and the third, they'll probably try you a little harder. But I'm not going to make no excuses for that. I should have just went to the CO and told the CO that me and this guy wasn't getting along before I let it get escalate either further than what it did. But before I know it, we were fighting and it was out of hand. And you know, there's no excuse for putting your hands on anybody and nobody putting their hands on you. But again, we ended up fighting and just trying to defend myself the best I could, and one got punished for it. Was not worth it at all. But you know, it's really just, it's no escape. If you're not going to go be a man and worry about what people think about you and tell the CO that you're uncomfortable or there's something dangerous going on that you need to get out of it, you're going to end up in a world full of trouble, man. And it was just poor judgment on my behalf. I knew I had parole that day. I should have talked about it around those guys. I don't know what they're going through. Probably feel jealous, get an attitude, and they say something slick, I say something slick, not thinking how far it can escalate, and bad things happen.
Right. Okay, let's talk about your release plan. What I read was that your sister has offered to sponsor you, or that you're willing to go to a halfway house. Is that still true?
Yes, ma'am. My sister just wants me, as long as I'm going to some type of drug program out there and staying sober. She's not really ready to put up with nothing. She said she'll call you guys immediately if I'm not doing exactly what she wants done. And she's not going to allow me to stay there if I'm not on a walking straight and narrow, stuff like that. She helps me out a lot with my daughter. My daughter spends a lot of time with her there. She's saying my daughter's really ready for me to get back into her life. So my sister is not really going to put up with no slack. And the halfway house, I will take that. It's like I said, it's a great opportunity to guidelines there. You got to be in a certain time. You have to stick to your plans, and it help you. I feel like it'll help you personally get my accomplishments in order and achieved. Like, so I wouldn't mind going there either. Like I said, I have a job plan. If I go either place, I have a job waiting there in the world. I can't really say how things will turn out, miss, but it's like this. It's just if you're either gonna sink or you float. How bad an individual really wants it.
What is the part-time job? Can you tell us what that job is?
It's a car wash on Thomaston Avenue in Waterbury. I want to do that in the meanwhile while I go to school in Bridgeport Nets. Try to get the CDL.
Okay. And is your sister going to help you financially?
She's gonna keep the roof over my head. She's not gonna charge me for rent. She's gonna have me get my food stamps and provide food for the household. As far as taking care of myself, I have some chores to help her out around the house and stuff like that. She has a little a daughter, a newborn. Not kind of well, she's a year now, but it's gonna keep me a little busy. I don't think she's gonna charge me as far as paying any cash for rent or nothing like that. But she does want me to get independent for myself. I need to do that for my daughter and myself.
Right. That is definitely the goal. What I'm concerned about is, you know, you had made a reference early on about the legal dollar. And I feel strongly about that is the path that you need to take. And having a part-time job ready for you is a great thing. But we both know that the actual amount of money that you're going to start with making is not going to be enough to support a household. So I just wanted to make sure that your sister was in a position to help you with a roof over your head, etc., while you start to build your financial foundation moving ahead. So that was good to hear. In terms of the CDL, you're going to have to pay for that program too, right? So you'll have to save for that.
I think they have a financial aid program.
Okay. So within your Voices program, it did say that you did take accountability for your crimes, but I feel like Waterbury, coming back to Waterbury could be a potential risk situation for you. So can you talk about how you're gonna separate out and know how to identify high risk situations that you might find yourself in?
Miss, honestly, I don't really have people I consider friends. I learned this through this experience. I've been here 14 months. I haven't had a letter. I haven't had a phone call. I don't really have no friends. I gotta go get out there and do what I gotta do for my daughter. I'm not really interested in hanging out anymore and just being around some of those individuals I used to associate with. The co-defendant in the charges in the police report, he's deceased today. So he's dead. I can't no longer communicate with him. That was one of I consider him a friend other than the stupid stuff we did. I really just want to get out there and stay away from that by doing these programs, getting to an NAA meeting repetitively. They say you gotta probably do it for 6 to 9 months. 6 to 9 months when you first get home. Stay in touch with it. Get a sponsor and communicate frequently with those people. And from the story I hear from the programs, I hear the guys that come in, outside sponsors, they say there's a good community of men, and they're gonna check you when you're not doing and staying on your P's and Q's. And I just want to go there and express myself and just get a chance to tell my story and listen to some more of their great stories. And it helps me personally know that I'm not alone and what I'm going through is not an isolated incident. If I apply myself, I can get the greater things that I'm looking for in life. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm thinking that's going to keep me with the assistance of parole and probation, constantly checking in with them and just letting them know. Just me being able to tell somebody my progress and they're actually listening and making sure and seeing if I achieved it, I think it's going to help me out so much. Keep me striving for more. I can't really promise you anything, miss. I'm just like, you either sink or you either float. You got to really want it. I know you probably heard 1,000 stories today. I really can't put it into better words than that. I just got to really go out there and apply myself if I get the opportunity.
So knowing what happens, in the hometown, you haven't gotten a letter, you haven't gotten a phone call, but you're going to be working at this car wash. And I can just envision some of the boys coming through and saying, oh my God, you're home. Let's go out tonight. Let's do this. Or I got a line on this, or I heard about this. Are you in? Those are what we would consider high risk situations. And have you worked through in your mind what happens when your boys roll up on you the first time?
Miss, I'm on a high and by status with those people, miss. They wasn't texting me on my tablet, then I'm gonna send me a text on my iPhone, man. I don't want nothing to do with those people. I wish them the best. I don't got no hard feelings. I'm not harboring any hard feelings. I know life goes on. It doesn't stop because I'm out of the picture. But if you're a true friend, I believe you would at least wonder how my day is going. It's been 14 months almost. Wonder how I'm eating at night. You know, they give us 3 meals, but wonder if I'm washing up. A true friend wouldn't care about those things. They don't call my daughter. They don't call my mom and see how my daughter's doing. They don't call my mom and see if she needs anything. I don't consider them friends. So I kind of wash my hands with that.
So 2 more quick questions, and then I'm going to pass it to my colleagues. What is the current status of your relationship with your daughter's mother?
Miss, it's funny, and it's kind of a blessing that I came through this experience, because before this it was toxic. We both not knowing, like you said in the beginning, that we both she was so pissed at the fact that she couldn't leave her daughter. It kind of put a really big strain on the relationship. But over these last few years, I think us separated, she has a new individual she's dealing with, a man. Me and her, we communicate so much more. I talk to my daughter every single day. If I need a little extra money, she sends me some money. I don't care about all of that stuff. I'm glad that we're just communicating. I'm not angry at her no more. As you can see, she's the one that wrote the statement. I had so much harbored feelings for her. Like, when I was home, like, I can't believe you betrayed the family or you put us in a situation. But I realized that I was the one that fucked excuse my language, I messed everything up. I messed this up. It gave me a great chance to talk to her and apologize to her and thank her for just being a stand-up woman and just taking care of the kid. And my daughter never lacks anything, and I'm proud of her, but at the same time, I feel so bad that I kind of screwed her life up too, because she has a felony now and she's on probation and she's doing good with all that. She still has her job and her career. I just feel bad that I kind of felt like I shorted her in her life and her progress. So I got the chance to apologize. I felt great about that. She appreciates it more. She appreciates the communication. At least we're on that stage. Nothing's gonna be perfect. I think as long as we can continue to communicate and just both want the best for the child, I think we'll be all right.
And my last question is, knowing that you're potentially going to be returning and staying with your sister or in a halfway house in the Waterbury area where you apparently do have some familiarity, have you looked up what type of programs are available to you, where the AANA meetings are, how often they occur? Have you done any homework on that, knowing that you're going to need that?
I have, Miss. I found out that the local programs that's closest and easiest to get to me is the Waterbury Hospital. They hold a NA voice. I don't know how to pronounce it, but they do the meetings there at the Waterbury Hospital repetitively throughout the week. I could get in there and get a good home group. I get home, I got to look into finding a sponsor. I guess when you get there, it's step by step. You get in there to the programs, you find somebody, you reach out, you tell them, hey, my name is such and such, I'm looking for a sponsor, and this, that, and the third. Also, I'm familiar with the Wellmore and the AIC program. I have no problem with dealing with probation and parole, and hopefully getting in communication with those guys and probably doing some outpatients with those guys, and whatever resources they refer me to, I'll take advantage of it. Always room for learning and growth. And I think without my sobriety, I don't think I'll do good at all. I wanna put my hands full pledged onto that and just keep that just good feeling, sober and clear-minded, and can actually think about how other people are feeling around me. It feels good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Apple. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Probably asking quite a few questions that I was already going to ask. And you sound pretty good. Sound like you're really thinking, ahead, and like you want to put your foot forward, and you want to, try to put your life together. I do have some concerns about this offense. The fact that only 2 guns have been recovered and there's 4 out there, and God forbid they hurt somebody seriously out there. I mean, that really is impactful for us. I think we're very concerned about these kind of charges that involve weapons. But I mean, in terms of you, it sounds like you've got some goals ahead of you, like you want to do something. I hope you can remember this statement today. I don't know if you wrote it down or not. I hope you can remember the words that you shared today, because those are the words that hopefully will carry you through your trials and tribulations when you do get out, whenever that happens for you. But I don't really have a whole lot of questions. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Good luck. Good luck to you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, sir.
So Mr. Smith, I listened closely to your discussion with my colleagues, and I had to go back because I was like, wait, didn't I read this? You were up for discretionary parole back in 2015, and you were granted parole, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you, at that time, I see, had convictions that dated back to 2004 at that time, because within the information for that hearing, it says that you were arrested when you were 14, it says,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
that you've been selling drugs ever since that age.
Yes, ma'am.
So now here we are 10 years later, and you're still doing the same thing. Why?
Miss, back then I was young, I was foolish. I haven't had no drugs dealing with that since that conviction.
But you've been using drugs, right? You're still using PCP.
Yes, miss. I've been struggling with that since the age of 14, and
do you know that that's what they put in dead bodies?
yes, ma'am.
Why would you put that in your body?
Miss, I was exposed to it at that age at 14, and the bad thing is I kind of liked it when I did it, and that's where their addiction starts, and progressed throughout the years, and I struggle with it. And
I saw that you also You also struggled with, it said you were using e-pills, you were smoking marijuana all day, every day, that you were using alcohol to get drunk on Fridays and Saturdays, you were smoking marijuana 4 to 5 times a day.
Yes, ma'am. Terrible. My addiction to disease is strong, it's real. I never thought I had a problem. Honestly, looking at it, I just thought this was the norm. But when it starts affecting people that you care about, I'm not with my daughter, it takes me out of her life. I realize, I understand that it's a serious problem, and I couldn't do it alone. I need these programs. I want to get into these programs. I want to get a sponsor. I want to communicate them.
You talked to my colleague about Wellmore, and you completed that successfully back when. What happened that caused a relapse?
Yes, I get stressed out. I got stressed out, and just.
So tell me how you handle stress now.
Today I work out. Now I read these books and write down in my journal the things I hear and what's going on around me. I love to cook. I do hair now. Keep these guys looking all right for their visits and these meetings and stuff like that today.
Well, those are positive things. So that's good. But my issue is with what you're saying is that much of what you said today, you said back in 2015. That CDL thing, it said you went to the CDL program for like twice and you stopped. What happened?
This case, things got a little out of hand in the home life. It was a hard juggling balance, and I landed here. I didn't really get the chance to complete. I landed here.
Yeah, and it's the problem is that you're upping the ante with these guns now. And I mean, the fact of the matter is that based on the numbers that we have for you, sir, they expect you to be in prison. Your risk to return to prison, according to the numbers that according to that assessment tool, say that you're very high. The highest score on that assessment tool is 30, and you're at 26. Yeah, that's problematic, because now you're upping the ante with these weapons. You know, I feel for you. I understand that substance abuse is very difficult to overcome, but you're going to have to get a grip on it, sir. I mean, you have to do something. That you're still so young. And I heard you talking about your daughter. I know she's 9. That's your incentive to go out there and make better choices. But the better choices have to start in that prison. Fighting someone, I believe you when you say that they were jealous, because I've heard that's not the first time that I've heard it. But still, you have to try to avoid yourself from being in situations like that.
Yes, ma'am.
You have to do better. I mean, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tickets this time. And you're old enough to know what not to do.
Yes, ma'am.
You have to, I mean, like I can tell you what it is that you have to do or you need to do, but you know what that is already. You have to hold yourself to a higher regard, sir. Because if you can't show us in there that you can do it and, you know, do a good job, I mean, it's really difficult for us to believe that you're going to make better choices out in the community. So, you know, while you do sound good here today, sounds like deja vu to me. I wasn't on that panel, but I know the people that were, and I know that they wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt. The good thing is, though, that you did have a few drug admittance, and you did mess up to a couple of misconducts, but you were out in that community for 25 months making good choices. I have no idea what happened after that. You can do it. You just, I don't know. Yeah, you have to make better choices.
Always trying to find the shortcut. That's my biggest problem, just trying to find a shortcut. Gotta stick the long road, the straight, narrow road. I believe, honestly, deep in my heart, I'll be okay if I just stick to the right and narrow, these programs, and just stay focused.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope you mean that, sir. Give us a few minutes to talk about your case.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, guys.
So, Mr. Smith, he, as you mentioned, is rating out at a high risk to recidivate. He has going to have his name on the deadly weapon registry based on the offenses. And the offenses are serious and have imposed public safety issues. However, I have to say that I feel as if Mr. Smith is presenting this morning or this afternoon with a level of sincerity toward the humility that he's now had based on the decisions that he's made. He started out talking about his sobriety, which we all know has to be the major focus. He seemed to engage and be deeply affected by the Voices program. He has expressed remorse, and he's acknowledged that trying to find the shortcuts have put him on a very long road to try to get back to where he needs to be. I found him to be sincere. And so I'm looking at the facts of his release plan, where he does have a place to go. He has a part-time job. He would like to become reacquainted with the CDL program. He has earned his GED. And most specifically, he's committed to the NA and AA programs within the facility. And he has also identified where they are outside of the facility. His goal and his incentive is obviously to play a role in helping to raise his daughter and stay on the straight and narrow and make the legal dollar. That balanced with the problems with the institutional adjustment and the seriousness of the issue, and the fact that he hasn't had an addiction services program, has me at a crossroads. So I'm wondering if we could have a conversation about seeing if we could find our way to deny but have a rehear if in fact he can get those programs done and stay discipline free for a year, which would put it out to September of 25.
You would put it out to January.
Well, his last DR is September of 24.
Last year. I mean, I found him, pretty good today, speaking pretty good today with the goals in mind and stuff. But I was also challenged by the DRs recently, and the fact that they were fighting DRs, as well as an assault DR and fighting DR. But I agree. He expressed his remorse. He took accountability for his action, which I didn't read initially. I think I moved down with some minimization initially, but
well, he did minimize.
He did some, yeah. But he seemed to take accountability today. He does have a release plan. It's some place to go. Talked about his sobriety and NA, which I thought was also very, very positive. His parole date isn't until May anyway, May 30th. I mean, I would not have any problem with denying and bringing it back up, but it's going to give some time to the additional tier program, some addiction program, to really get him set with a strong relapse prevention plan for himself. Since it was a relapse that kind of created this whole mess to begin with.
Yeah. While I can appreciate your wanting to give Mr. Smith some incentive, I would disagree with the rehear. He does sound very good and positive here today, but I know that unfortunately his drug of choice is one of the absolute worst ones, where they really have no idea what the heck is going on around them, and then you couple that behavior with a weapon, and it's a recipe for disaster. So while I understand, and I am not surprised that a rehear would be warranted to you, I cannot go along with that. So the tickets, the same kind of behavior is so concerning. So if he is still young, and perhaps this is the chance that he needs to hear that, people do believe in him, but some of us don't. You know what I mean? Maybe that is a wake up call for him that, it's going to be more difficult. The more charges you get, the more time you serve. So anyway, you said September of 25, and you want him to take an addiction services program, no DRs,
No
anything,
DRs.
anything else?
And any other
Any
positive
program you
programming.
can take.
So with regard to Bardon Smith, 344710, I move to deny discretionary parole today based on his poor institutional adjustment and inadequate evidence, inadequate program participation. I further move to rehear him in September of this year, at which time he should have successfully completed an addiction services program to be determined by the Department of Corrections and also receive no additional disciplinary infractions. It is also noted that he should participate or complete any positive programs that he's able to from now until September. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right, so Mr. Smith, you'll receive all of this in writing, sir. We're gonna give you another shot at this in September. So go back, get in the programs, stay away from tickets, close your mouth about getting parole, another parole hearing, so that you don't have any more fights, okay? Good luck to you.
Thank you, guys.
This includes a hearing.
What you're denying. For institutional
This
adjustment.
includes a hearing. Bardon
That's what
Smith,
program
3447.
And I'm a no, I'm good here.
You guys doing today?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, my name is Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, January 28th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Member Barry.
Good afternoon, panel member Rodriguez.
And I'm Ellen Zappo-Sasser.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Marrero, Jeremy Marrero, 395166.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for parole application for Jeremy Marrero, 395166. He is serving a sentence of 3 years flat for failure to appear first degree and larceny of a motor vehicle. As of today, records reflect the eligibility date of July 1st, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following program. Voices. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recipient falls in a very high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you will be granted parole. You may begin.
How you doing today? I got kids to take care of, and I accept full responsibility for what I did. And I got a lot of people to take care of when I get out. It's not, I appreciate you guys for giving me this opportunity to express myself. And I just want to do good in my life and do better for my kids and just do better in general for everybody in my family.
Well, Mr. Marrero, that's our desires for you too. We don't want to see you in there. You're only 30 years old. So what is it that you think you need to do to avoid coming back to prison?
I was living on the street at the time, and I forgot about my date, and because I didn't have no cell phone, so
and I didn't have nobody to help me or bring me transportation. So I forgot, and I then had a death in front of me, so that bugged me out even more, and I went ballistic, and I went on a run. I was working at the time when I went on the run from probation. I was working at Tom Fritz Hire.
Mhm.
I was doing what I needed to do, and then they wanted me to do programs, but I couldn't do the programs and provide for my family at the same time, because they only gave me like 2 days of work. That's not enough money to provide for my family.
Well, you gotta start with yourself first, so.
Yeah.
So we're gonna ask you some questions, Mr. Marrero. And then when we're done, we'll give you our decision, okay?
All right.
Good luck to you, sir. Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Marrero, read your charges and your conviction stuff. Let's get right to the programming, which is the big issue here, right? What's going on? You're not taking any programming. You have an addiction services unit on your OAP. You didn't take that yet. You have. Are you working?
No.
You're working.
I did voices already.
No. Are you working in the facility?
No.
You have a 5 to 7 day job assignment. You're not doing that yet either. You only take invoices and that's it. What are you doing around? What are you doing around the vocational referral?
Nothing right now, because I've still got a ticket that I'm waiting to be cleared.
Right. So that's the other problem is the tickets you got. So here we are. We got to figure out whether it makes sense to let you go out today, right? On discretionary parole. How can we do that when we have no evidence of any kind of change on your part because you haven't completed the programming that you need to complete in order to meet those needs that were identified? You just see the problem that we have?
Yeah.
And then when you start your opening statement, and we appreciate you want to be with your kids. Like my colleague said, we want you to be with your family. That's what we want. But we also want the public to be safe, right? And in order to do that, we have to make a decision about your situation. And right now, from what I've seen from your documentation, I'm not seeing a whole lot of offender change in you. And that's what we got to look for, your change, what your change is. And I haven't heard that from you yet. You got a drug score of 3. You say you've attended outpatient program, but you don't remember where you took it. So we don't know whether you were successful at it or not. You named alcohol and marijuana as an issue. That's why your addiction services is on your OAP. So if you haven't done it, how can I legitimately say, oh yeah, Mr. Marrero is a great person to be able to let out today. He's gonna, I can't, you see where I'm stuck? You have any response to that?
I don't. I know I need to work on a couple of things in my life before.
I'm glad that you're honest about that. You also rate very high in terms of you coming back. Why? Because you haven't had a lot of this programming and stuff to kind of help you get the skills that you need to be able to survive on the outside. And you want to be the best possible person for your family, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Right? All right. So that's kind of where I'm at with you today. I don't really have a whole lot of questions because without the programming piece, I can't really go into any detail about how you made any changes. Is there anything you would like to add?
Not really.
All right, I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues and see what questions they have, and then we'll go from there. All right? Thank you for listening to me this morning. And good luck to you, Mr. Marrero.
Appreciate it, sir.
Oh, so Mr. Marrero, in addition to your rating out very high in terms of your risk to recidivate, you have been out in the community on 3 separate occasions under supervised release, and you failed all 3 of those.
Yes.
Can you tell us why you have an issue with complying?
My life situation.
So what are you going to do about your life to change your life situation? Because we understand lives. There's nothing we can do about that. We all have obstacles to overcome. How do you handle your issues with life going forward?
I normally just like to work. That's all I like to do is work.
Well,
and
You were only working for 4 months when at Town Fair Tire. That's what you told the officer. What were you doing for the rest of that time that you were out there?
Dealing with my kids and get
Dealing with your kids are not going to pay your bills, Mr. Marrero. So you have to do something different. You have to have a solid plan when you're released to go out into the community. It's imperative. If you intend to be successful, like you say you want to be, and you want to be there for your children, you need to start while you're in that prison, finding a job, finding some place for you to live. I understand that you don't have a lot of support in the community. I get that. If you utilize your supervising officer as a resource, that will be some support in the community. You understand that?
Yeah.
So probation officers and parole officers, they don't just want to remand you back into custody. Their jobs are to work with you. So why were you running from your probation officer?
Because I was smoking marijuana and stuff, and
yeah, you can't do that. And then you turn around and you get another ticket. What? 2 days? Today's the 28th. 6 days ago? Why?
I went to go get water.
They gave you a ticket for getting water?
Yes, I went to go get water, and the CO asked me for my ID, and I didn't give him my ID.
But why? Why wouldn't you give him your ID?
Because I wasn't doing nothing wrong.
Yeah. Oh. My gosh. I don't know what you need us to help you with, Mr. Marrero. What is it that you need from parole to be successful? Yeah. Because I wrote down you have zero community support. You have you can't really conflict resolve because all of that stuff ends in your fighting. So this assault ticket that you got in June of last year, was that when the guy was putting his hand in the food or something like that in the kitchen and you thought it was nasty, so you punched him?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you thought that a high risk would be you're not following the rules. It's like, I really would love to do something for you. I'm not sure that there's something that we can do though. You have to want to help yourself, sir. And you have had opportunities on supervision and you just haven't done well. So anyway, Ms. Zappo, do you have questions?
I have one. It says you have 2 children who are 6 years old and 7 years old.
Yes.
Do you have co-parenting relationships with their mothers?
Yes, I do.
But you don't consider them part of your future community support?
I do.
You do. Is there anybody else in the community that when you come out are going to be in a position to help you?
No, I help myself. I always help myself since I was growing up. So.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Marrero, give us a few minutes to talk about your case. Mr. Rodriguez, where are you?
Hard case. I really want to see there's something we can do for this advance. But it seems like every time we turn a corner, there's kind of a barricade there that prevents it. He's got, as you shared earlier, and we read, rate's very high to recidivate. And I can understand because there's a lot of things that aren't in place. He's failed 3 releases already. Couldn't continue with the unconditional discharge. He had disciplinary reports as recent as November.
No, the disciplinary was in January.
I have
January, disobeying direct order.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. That's right. That's right. I mean, he doesn't have a support system in the community. I'm not sure what to do. I mean, I want. He's got a flat sentence, which means he's going to come out without anything when he does come out. I don't know. I mean, I'm a denial at this point in terms of his discretionary parole today, but I don't know if there's a thought of maybe letting him see if he can get some programming and set something up, or I don't know. I'm willing to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Well, the first thing he needs to stop doing is getting tickets and learn how to be compliant while he's in the facility. So I think that his starting there would be a step towards the right direction. As of right now, we don't have anything. he said he took voices, and what he learned from voices was not to steal from people. That's not what, I mean, when asked about, high risk, he said not following the rules, but he knows that he has to follow the rules. So, you know, and I did not have him coming back, honestly, because he rates out so incredibly high. And he has a history of violence as evidenced by his tickets and his inability to resolve conflict. But aside from, I just see some family violence in 21. You know, so honestly, the best that I could do for him is January of next year with no tickets. He has to prove that he cannot get any more tickets. And he needs a job in there. He needs maybe some voc training or something. And you know, to take an addiction. Well, I mean, the addiction service piece is I'm assuming because he was selling drugs.
Yeah.
I don't really see a history here that supports his being an addict, but you know, who knows? That program might be able to help him some too.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, a good intention, but I don't know what to do.
Embracing fatherhood.
I mean, that's yeah, but I mean that again, that's a voluntary program, but there's so many programs that he can take.
Yeah.
But you know, whatever he gets into, I would just say that just no more tickets and
And if he doesn't, it's on him.
yeah, and then at least he'll have some supervision when you know, if he's granted back then and he can prove himself, but he has work to do. I mean, he was on probation when he committed this offense.
Full performance on probation.
Poor institutional adjustment is at the top of my list. It's inadequate evidence of offender change. There's nothing here showing that he's changed. Even the program that he's completed, that's not what the program teaches. So I would do January of 2026 for institutional adjustment and inadequate evidence of offender change. What are your thoughts, Ms. Beckle?
Works for me.
Okay. So with regard to Jeremy Marrero, 395166, I move to deny discretionary parole today. Due to his poor institutional adjustment, he had received the 5 tickets, 1, 2, 3, 4 tickets, and inadequate evidence of offender change. He hasn't really taken any programs, and the tickets don't help us see any change. So, but I do think that we should rehear him in January of 2026, at which time he should have completed any positive programs that he can get into, in addiction services, embracing fatherhood, you know, new thoughts program, anything that's going to be beneficial to him, and no disciplinary infractions. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Marrero, we're going to give you another opportunity next year. Good luck to you, sir. No tickets. If you want to waive, yeah, go ahead.
Can I waive all of this?
You can.
Just
You
take
can.
it straight to the door?
You can. You can. We'll let you.
That's what I want to do.
Okay.
I'll be there on Thursday. I'll call you down Thursday.
All right.
Thank you.
This includes the hearing for Jeremy Marrero.
And that's what they say all the time when they're mad that they're.
Good afternoon, my name is Paroles Williams. Today is Tuesday, January 28th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Waterbury. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, I'm panel member Barry.
Good afternoon, panel member Rodriguez.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasser.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Michael Gonzalez. My inmate number is 445566.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Michael Gonzalez, 445566. He is serving a sentence of 4 years, 364 days jail, execution suspended after 30 months with 3 years of probation for violation of probation, sexual assault 4th degree, 2 counts of unlawful restraint 2nd degree, stalking 2nd degree, strangulation 3rd degree, and assault 3rd degree. As of today, records reflect a eligibility date of January 17th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed the following programs: domestic violence program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in the moderate range. The offender also has a static 99 score, which equals to 3, which is in the low to moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
First, I'd like to thank the board for my time today. And I'd like to take time to just sincerely apologize to the victim. And, not only just the victim, but the family and friends and everyone who goes through this, as well as my family and my children, who I know are affected very much by this. I've learned a lot about myself during my incarceration. When I first came to jail, I was in a specialized unit in protective custody because I had a law enforcement career. And after a couple months there where there's no programs or anything available, I started to do some research and eventually signed out so that I could come to Carl Robinson to participate in programs. And I was trying to get into the CDL program, which is temporarily suspended because the teacher passed away. And during that process, I started to attend AA meetings and NA meetings. And, I had to take some time to admit to myself that for a long time, I just really didn't like myself. I had this really empty feeling inside from some childhood trauma, PTSD from my military record. And, I never really dealt with that. And then once I found AA, which I really just went to get out of the dorm, and because my father's an alcoholic, I kind of wanted to learn more about it. And, I realized that for most of my life, I was covering that empty feeling inside, either with some alcohol or marijuana use or relationships with women that basically I usually made toxic, and, anything I could do to just not feel this empty feeling that I had inside of myself. And, the people around me suffered from that, especially my children. And believe it or not, coming to prison really saved me because I've learned so much about myself. I started reading the Bible every day, and I read the Alcoholics Anonymous big book every day. And I've just been working on myself as much as I possibly can to get ready to be in the world and to really just become somebody that my children can be proud of. Since I've been here, I've completed the domestic violence program. I'm in a behavioral group. I just volunteered to go into the Tier 2 program, even though I wasn't really scored for that. I just really found such a connection with AA and NA that I wanted to do it. So I started Tier 2, and I'm in aftercare program. And I've just been working every day here that I possibly could to try to better myself and prepare myself, for a life that I want to lead when I get out, so that I could be there for my children.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez, for that information. We've prepared some questions after reviewing your documents on your case, and we have questions, and I will start with the questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Each of us will take a turn asking questions, and when we're done, we'll deliberate and give you our decision, okay?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Yes.
So, Mr. Gonzalez, I appreciate your remorse and your desire to return to the community and rekindle your relationship with your children. It seems as if you are in a place that financially where you can return to the community and do just that. I mean, you focused a lot on your being there for your children, taking them to school, picking them up. That's where you really want to start when you walk out of those prison doors.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's my understanding that you have a 12-year-old and an 11-year-old.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
are their genders?
A 12-year-old boy and an 11-year-old girl.
And so some of the stuff that you were doing, you were absolutely victimizing women. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
fair? Okay. And so share with us what exactly occurred with your the sex assault 4 that you were on probation for.
Yes, ma'am. I allowed myself to get into a relationship with, a female while I was on duty as a police officer. And, it was at a time in my life where I think I really started feeling the crux of the fact that I was empty inside and I was really craving anything that took me out of that. And, I believe that it allowed me to see
Sir,
that.
I didn't ask you. I thought I asked you what did you do? What did you do that you received that conviction? Their actions, not how you were feeling, what job you were doing.
Okay.
What did you do to this victim?
I touched her, I touched her butt during a conversation.
I think you did far more than that. Because my records indicate that you were basically stalking this girl. And it started when she was in high school, right? And you followed her to college?
No, I didn't follow her to college.
She said that at Quinnipiac, you volunteered for like the EMT program or something like that. It was I'm sorry? That was in Trumbull. Okay. Okay.
No, ma'am. I originally met her because I was an Explorer advisor and she was in the Explorer program, but
okay.
That's how I met her.
Right, but you also showed up at her job, you showed up at her house, you were completely inappropriate with this. She was a very young girl back then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so my records indicate that you not only touched her butt, but you also touched her breast.
Ma'am,
So Mr. Gonzalez, I'm going to be honest with you, sir. It's really important that you tell us what it is that you're responsible for here today. This is an exercise to gauge whether or not you have shown any evidence of change. You're participating in the programs. You just received the one disciplinary infraction almost a year ago. So this exercise is to gauge your level of change. And the way of gauging a level of change is acceptance of responsibility, because
yes.
The rationale that you gave to our officer, the parole officer, when he interviewed you, is not going to fly here today.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. I am responsible for all of those things. Yes, ma'am.
What are those things? Tell me what those things are specifically.
While at her house and speaking with her, I engaged in that activity where I touched her butt and I touched her breasts.
Okay. And so what about this strangulation third that you're in for now and the assault third? What did you do in that?
I was involved in a relationship with a female, and it at many times got toxic and physical, and that was like the culminating event that led towards the end of the relationship.
Did you sexually assault her?
No, ma'am.
So why was she bleeding from her rectum?
That did not occur.
So why did you plead guilty?
I didn't plead guilty to that.
You pled guilty to a strangulation third. Did you strangle her?
I choked her, ma'am.
Did you, where did you get the assault third from then? I know you didn't plead guilty to a sexual assault. It was absolutely sexual in nature. You strangled this lady and you received an assault third because of what you did to her. So your charges were subbed down. That doesn't negate the behavior, sir.
Ma'am, I did not sexually assault her.
Okay. How about okay, let me see. It says, victim reported that her ex-boyfriend and you guys were only dating for a very short period of time. And 2 months after that, you were having consensual sex initially, and you decided to engage in anal sex. And you were forcing her to do that.
Ma'am, we dated for almost a year, and
so why would she say something like this happened?
Ma'am, we started dating in October, and she said that this occurred in May, and our relationship ended 2 months after that.
Okay.
I admitted and pled guilty to the assault and the strangulation charge because they were subbed out, and I didn't agree to the sexual assault charge.
But I understand that you did not agree to that. But the behaviors there, sir, are inappropriate sexual behaviors. You do understand that, right? Which is why you are currently participating in a sex offender treatment program. You are currently required to be on the sex offender registry until 2029.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a problem with admitting that you're a sex offender?
No, ma'am. I mean, yes, I have a problem with it. I feel terrible about it, but I mean, I'm here interested in treatment, and I've been interested in treatment since I came to incarceration. That's why I signed out of PC, so I could participate in programs in treatment.
Okay. And were you participating in a sex offender treatment when you were out in the community for the underlying offense?
I went to a 10-week group for that, and then I was in therapy on my own.
And so if you were in therapy on your own, okay, so you're still denying, it's still your position that you did not sexually assault or strangle or assault, period, your ex-girlfriend.
I agreed to the strangulation and the assault, which I thought was one and the same. I didn't know that it was supposed to be separate incidents, but I don't agree with the sexual assault.
So I'm glad to see that you're in that treatment. What have you learned so far?
That I have a proclivity to problem sexual behaviors, and you know, that these things are part of my character defect, and I'm working on those things.
All right, that sounds like some good insight.
Yes, ma'am.
And so how do you avoid these behaviors in the future?
Well, I mean, I know I have to make a number of decisions that keep me out of that. And I also know that I have to continue along with meetings and stay away from any substances, and, you know, just continue to go down the path that I'm going. And
so in terms of the reoffending with a new sexual offense, how do you avoid that in the future? Stay away from substances. You think substances played a role in some of your behaviors?
No, I think the feelings I had about myself and just the emptiness I had played a role in that. And I plan to not put myself in any of those situations anymore. I just aware that I have to avoid any of those toxic situations and identify way sooner, you know, when to get out of things and
yeah.
You know,
I mean, you were a married man, you had children, like, I mean, you were in a stable relationship, you had a good paying job, and you just threw all that away because of the choices that you were making.
Yes,
And,
ma'am.
you know, you do, regardless of whether or not things start out consensual with any woman, if the moment that they say no, it's your responsibility. I don't care what the heat of the moment is. I don't care how you're feeling. I don't care if you're close, all that stuff. No is no.
Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely. Prior to my incarceration, I was in a very serious long-term relationship, and which ended, you know, due to some other factors and my incarceration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. And I asked you about the ages and the genders of your children because you would hate to see either your son be in a situation like this or your daughter being a victim. So
Absolutely.
It's important that you understand your behaviors, sir, so that they don't repeat themselves.
I absolutely understand.
So you certainly are taking the right steps, sir, in the right direction. I don't like the disciplinary infraction. You rate out moderately in terms of risk to recidivate, and I'm sure that this is has been a situation where that you have to learn from. An unfortunate situation that, you know, landed you in prison because you just couldn't control your behaviors. So hopefully going forward, you will be more cognizant of your decision making and utilize. You have 3 years of probation to follow your sentence. I would suggest that you utilize your probation officer as a resource out in the community, because should you find yourself struggling with anything, they are really there to kind of help you. They're there to help you be successful.
Absolutely.
So when you're done with it, you do realize that if you are granted parole here today, that your treatment for problem sexual behavior will also continue out into the community?
Yes, I will actually seek treatment on my own. I've learned so much here, you know, and I've even experienced changes within myself just in regular dealings with people here, like where I would be angry about things before that. Now it doesn't even bother me. I mean,
Yeah.
in a way, prison really saved me because
Yeah, I wrote that down. You said that.
I started to see that, you know,
You started to see your flaws. You started,
character defects, and I started to see that I was trying to fill my life with things were material and other things that don't mean anything. And
but the problem with that is that in your feeling empty, you hurt other people. You ever heard the saying, hurt people?
Yes.
So, I mean,
Absolutely.
Now that you're aware of that, then I think that going forward, you'll make a little better decisions.
Yeah,
so let me see if my colleagues have any questions for you. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Apple?
So, Mr. Gonzalez, you know, I do hear a lot of change from you today.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you give me a little bit more detail about what you are learning in the behavioral group that you mentioned that was part of your programming?
Yes. So, I mean, so far we've gone over how, you know, the choices you make are usually based on something you have inside yourself, and basically, like, these behaviors can repeat if you don't seek them and find out, you know, what's causing them, and that there is this healthy lifestyle, healthy sexual behavior versus not healthy sexual behavior, especially when it comes to, you know, sex as a coping mechanism or other things. And I mean, that's really what we've been focused on so far. You know, what is good choices and what is bad choices, and where to identify those things, focusing on justification, rationalization, and those other things that you tend to make excuses for your behavior, and identifying that way in advance, and really learning where it's time to say, like, no, this is not okay, way ahead of the point where you were in a bad situation.
So you've mentioned the fact that you had a parent who was an alcoholic, and you mentioned some implications of PTSD from your military service.
Yes,
Have you identified anything else that might be causing this sense of emptiness that you've identified?
I really just think that growing up, I just really never thought I was good enough. And I filled a lot of that with either, you know, lying to create this persona that I really didn't have, or trying to be viewed as the best at something, or feeding my ego to cover up that fact. And really, I thought I was doing fine because I wasn't an alcoholic. I didn't binge drink like I saw my father doing. I didn't do those things. But what I realized was that even though I wasn't binge drinking or doing it, I was doing a little something of everything to cover these things up. And, you know, now I'm just trying to realize and figure out that I'm okay and not hate myself, and just trying to be a person that I'm proud of when I look in the mirror. Like, I read this poem all the time called The Man in the Glass, and it's really about being accountable and looking yourself in the face and saying to yourself, like, is this the person you want to be? Is this the person you want to be for your children? It doesn't matter what other people think about you, or how much money you have, or how many things you have. It's really about if you can look yourself in the mirror and say to yourself, like, that, you know, you're okay with yourself. And I never really did that before because I didn't like who I was. And now I'm able to do that because I'm working hard in here. I mean, I've been through some emotional stuff in here, and I'm really working hard and facing all the stuff that I've done. And it's not easy. It's not easy for me.
Do you think you would have had these moments of reckoning, so to speak, if you were not where you are today? If you were still outside on the community?
I absolutely don't think I would have. I think that I was really good at getting by or getting through things because of, you know, intelligence or hard work or whatever. And I was, even though I had made progress, I still was not where I would be, where I am now, where I'm just having, believe it or not, having everything taken away from me really made me realize what's super important and what I need to do.
So upon your incarceration, did your electrical company close?
No, ma'am. I was the CEO of a company that's been in business for 20 years or so. And prior to my incarceration, somebody was hired to replace me, and I worked with them for the last month and a half before I came in, of like turning everything over and stuff like that. But you know, I have a number of contacts still in construction because I also did project management and real estate development on the side. And so I'm going to get my CDL and open a trucking company to do some more construction with, and have my own trucking company. And also my parole sponsor, she lost a son to addiction through suicide that was transgender. And we've been working on a plan to open a sober living house for LGBTQ. And I'm going to use my project management experience and construction experience to help do that.
Is this a friend, or are you in a relationship with her?
This is just a friend. I've known her for like almost 20 years. I knew her husband. I used to work for her husband after I left law enforcement as a project manager, and he passed away from cancer. So we've just been friends for a long time, but I'm not in a relationship. I'm not in any place to be in a relationship. I'm not ready for that. The only relationship I want to work on is with my children right now. I want to pick them up from school every day and help them with homework and just be there for them.
How often do you have contact with them?
I call them, you know, every other day or every couple of days, just, you know, check in, see how their school's doing, how they're doing on tests. You know, I still have a good relationship with my ex-wife. Thank God, she's an amazing person and an amazing mom. And so, I'm able to talk to her. I try to give as much financial support as I can while I've been incarcerated. She recently moved in with her long-term boyfriend. He put an addition on his house and added bedrooms for my kids. He's a fireman. He's a great guy. And so my children are very lucky in that they have that support system, and they're very friendly with me also. So, I'm still able to talk to them, see them as much as I can. I've been very lucky on that front.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
I don't really have any questions, Madam Chair. Just to say, the one thing that struck me in this, Mr. Gonzalez, and it's not a positive thing, is that you had a public trust during all of this as an officer.
Yes, sir.
And you broke that trust.
Absolutely, sir.
That was a very sad thing to read.
That's terrible, sir.
And I can see the impact on you as well. I can see how it's impacting you. And I hope that, that you're really kind of listening to yourself today, and that you carry these thoughts with you when you get released. And you let it, determine your direction in your life.
I carry it with me every minute of every day, sir.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So, I honestly came into this hearing with Mr. Gonzalez denied discretionary parole because I did not like the minimization of his offenses, and honestly, he didn't read well on paper. I'll just say that. And the continued behaviors were very problematic, given the fact that, as you stated, Mr. Rodriguez, he was in a position of trust, and he definitely overstepped his boundaries. It does sound like he has gained a significant amount of insight from the program participation. He is remorseful for his actions. He is currently in the Tier 2 program. It says it's not going to end until March 25th of this year. And he's also in the problem sexual behavior treatment that is not slated to expire and not slated to end until March as well.
March 18th.
March 18th. I have that he's completed domestic violence. Is that accurate? Okay. And he's currently working as a chairman. I would not support parole today, and the only reason why I wouldn't support it today is because he needs to finish the program. And while I can appreciate that he does have probation to follow his sentence, he was on probation when he committed his instant offense, and they did not give him any time in prison then. He just had those 3 years of probation, and he did not do that successfully. So I would I would not be opposed to rehearing him at a later date, and hopefully he can finish up those programs. It sounds like he has a valid release plan, and I would also like to see the synopsis from his treatment when he's done with the problem sexual behavior program, and see what they have been able to identify. I mean, he's obviously well-spoken, and I appreciate the fact that he's accepted responsibility and he's been able to point out some of the reasons why he does this. So I just feel bad. Well, I don't feel bad, but these crimes are horrible. However, given the fact that he's not done with the treatment, I just think that it would be premature of us to release him without another hearing. That's my position. So it's a no for me today, which I had a no, period. But
it's a no with bringing him back.
No, I had a no.
No.
Yeah, no, I would bring him back. I mean,
what are you looking at for a time? Like May? After he finishes this Tier 2?
I would not do.
Both of my programs are completed in March.
Honestly, I mean, I understand the program participation piece, but the nature of this crime, these crimes are extremely serious. When you choke someone, the lethality, he could have killed some. I'm happy that that did not happen. So while I understand the programs are over in March, I would do a 6-month denial. And he can, I'm sorry?
July.
Yeah, he can participate in some other programs. I understand he wants to get back to his daughter, and he will have time to do that.
Yeah.
Even that is still a gift, especially given the nature of these crimes. And I'm not positive that they will support his discretionary parole then. And it's not because I don't hear any evidence of change. I do want to see the synopsis, and I do want him to complete the treatment. So, Ms. Osako.
Well, I agree with you. There was a level of arrogance and indifference in reading through some of these documents.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that today. I do see offender change. I do take seriously the role that he played in the community, and that he might have contributed to the level of control he felt he could do. But I also recognize that there are inherent risks with returning military vets and also people who put on a uniform in terms of the control factor that they have in their lives. And I've seen that on a daily basis with our friends and acquaintances who are also in law enforcement. So I think that I've softened a little bit toward what I do believe I wanted to see today, and I believe I've seen it. But I do feel strongly that these programs need to be finished.
Mm-hmm.
I will leave it to the discretion of my colleagues who have more experience in terms of whether it's a contingent upon completion or, review of a report. I'm fine with that, but I do believe that he deserves to be reheard sooner rather than later, based on today.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm in the same place. I would like to hear sooner than later as well. July sounds like a good distance away for me. I thought May. That's what I thought. Just to give him time to finish up this program, get to your board. I think we would need to have, or the next panel we need to have, really to kind of take a look and to make sure he just stayed DR free during that time. So I was looking at May, but that's where I would be at in May. You're at 6 months, I'm in May.
June is in the middle. And that was, again,
At the beginning of June.
These crimes are.
They're serious.
So, I mean, we're rewarding someone who has several victims, in essence. And if one of the victims had spoken here today, we wouldn't even be discussing this. So to say that 5 months or 6 months is too much, to me,
I think June works, and it gives us the time to ensure that that report is on file. I think it usually takes a few weeks to be generated, from what I understand.
And still given almost 9 months of discretion. If they do.
Right.
To give them supervision.
Well, the fact of the matter is that he was out on supervision, and that did not deter the behaviors. Sounds like he has some insight now. So just it's very eloquent in his
presentation.
Yeah.
You're right, man.
Anyway, so we'll do lack of inadequate program participation because he hasn't completed the program and the nature of the fines. Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. So with regard to Michael Gonzalez, 445566, I move to deny discretionary parole today based on the nature and circumstance of his offense and his inadequate program participation. I further move to rehear him in June of this year, at which time he should not have received any additional disciplinary infractions. He should have successfully completed the programs that he's currently participating in. And we do note that they are slated to end in March. However, we are aware that they end. We still do want to see him continue incarceration until June to do whatever other positive things that he can do while he's in there. And I did say no DLs, right?
Yep.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Are you in favor? Okay. So Mr. Gonzalez, you'll receive all of this in writing, sir. We'll hear you again in June. Just make sure that we have a definitive plan to avoid these types of crimes again in the future. Your release plan does sound solid. We appreciate your desire to give back to our communities because it is definitely needed. However, you have a little bit more work to do on yourself, and we'd like to see proof that you're ready to go. All right, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good luck.
This
Thank
includes
you,
the
sir.
hearing for Michael Gonzalez 445566. Good afternoon. My name is Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, January 28th, 2025. And this hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning, stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available for further information and preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon. I'm Panel Member Berry.
Good afternoon, Panel Member Rodriguez.
And I'm Ellen Zabo-Sasu.
Please state your name and
Nice to meet
number for the record.
Andrew Delarosa, 446611.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Andrew Delarosa, 446611. He is serving a sentence of 10 years execution, 3 years, 5 years of probation for threatened second degree, attempt larceny, fourth degree, burglary, third degree, assault, third degree, stalking, second degree, engaging police in pursuit in violation of protective order. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 26, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: the DUI program, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores. The offender's overall score for recidivism falls in a high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Before I
Why do you
begin,
think? Go ahead, sir. Why do you think you deserve parole?
okay. Before I begin, I want to demonstrate my sincere sympathy for my victim and the desolation she endured due to my actions in the past that led me up to where I am today. It would be uneasy for me as I be discriminability to the board of parole. I know my charges come with a docket number and a statute of nature of crime that could be a hard pill for someone to take. But I ask you all here who stand here before me today to judge me for the person I am now and not then. Some would say ghastly, but I would also like to plead my life's trials and tribulations I went through. I'm not only justifying my actions of what I did wrong, but what I should have done right that could and will avoid any future consequence. I'm not saying what I did was okay at any point in time in my life, but I am human and I'm not perfect. I know God has a bigger plan for me. I know a specific goal is to achieve the world. To only seem apologetic to my victim wouldn't be half good enough for the ears to hear, but for the eyes of the heart to feel what I've been through would be almost no comparison to what my victim has went through. to be practically bullied and tested every day, to lose control of my action, to be belittled, humiliated, my dignity, to break my pride and feel less of a person than a man. But through all this, I found light in the darkest places. I took this time to relate to others in the same situations, whether it be in my programs or in the facilities, to see where I went wrong and understand that I should look for help, then to see if my action was the right choice, letting emotion get the best of me. The moral, to me, answering the question that could really change my life forever: why I should be granted parole. Not only did I manifest the environment I'm in, but for my support that I have in this temporary predicament. Each and every one of them were one phone call away. All I had to do was take initiative to do so, like in the Bible, ask and you shall receive. I also know God doesn't give a man anything he can't handle. My time I've been incarcerated, I've been finding my way with the Lord and understand that I am in control of my life and how to take responsibility for my own actions. If I was to be granted parole, not only practice what I preach, but really get back to my community and my supporters, knowing that someone out there is going through what I have with no help. I can reach out by starting a group to meet up at parks, libraries, or anywhere they feel comfortable to talk to. Let out their emotions. I learned here at group at Carl Robinson how many men like me made mistakes. I know they're not perfect, but that doesn't make them a bad person. I see myself in them, lost and trying by myself to fix a problem like a rebuttal to a huge mistake. Without using so much words, I take full responsibility for my own actions. And not only am I sorry, I'm going to make sure for a fact that I will not let my anger or any feelings get the best of me to put myself in an outcome I am now. Again, I ask you all today to see, not only by me telling you I changed for the better, but to use me as an example that with a second chance, all programs from DSC did work. And in fact, I will never go through this road again. As a lesson learned, I fell and got back up, and I am ready to keep moving forward with my life. Thank you for this opportunity given to me, as I understand the magnitude being in this position for my voice to be heard, as well for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Delarosa, for your opening statement, sir. We appreciate your sharing with us how you've changed and some of your goals and aspirations and achievements that you've made thus far and you want to going forward. So what will happen here is each of us will take an opportunity to ask you some questions. And when we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision. Okay?
Okay, understood.
So Ms. Zappo is going to start with the question.
Mr. Delarosa, I appreciate your opening statement. And I just want to go over the fact that I know that you're young. And I know that you said that you've learned a lot within the facility, but I'm looking at the charges in front of us that span 3 different towns. And there just seems to be an inability for you at this point in your life to abide by social norms, laws, orders of the court. And the decision that we need to make is whether you are going to continue to be a danger to the public, to others, and frankly, yourself. In any one of these situations, there could have been a loss of life. There's 2 different women involved. There's, you know, a lot that has gone into this, and I'm not going to go through all of these, but, you know, some of them involved threatening, larcenies, burglaries, stalking, assaults, serious issues, pulling of hair. You refused to make a statement. You engaged police officers in a pursuit. All of this, you know, at a very young age. So can you spend a few minutes telling me what was going on in your life at that point that you felt that you were above the law and could conduct yourself in such a way?
Yes, I was, at the time, I know this sounds cliche, but I was young-minded, immature, 100%. Now that I came to jail, I seen the other side of the walls. A strong man learns from his own mistakes, but a wise man learns from other people's mistakes. I wasn't wise at the time. I was strong. You know, I worked out, I ate good. I came to jail, continued to be strong. I learned from that mistake. And I like I said in my letter, I learned from other people, from the facilities and other programs, tier 2, tier 4. I asked them all these questions about everything, either it be from drugs to street racing, domestic violence. And I extrapolate all this knowledge like I'm a sponge to utilize this when I come outside and reintegrate into society. And so to answer your question, it was like in my head, I was just immature and I had no help. It wasn't that I had no help. I didn't look for help. It's okay to ask for help. Even no matter how strong you are, it's okay to ask for help. You know, it doesn't mean you're a coward. It doesn't mean you're scared. It doesn't mean nothing. Like, I just was too naive. I don't even want to put that articulate into words right now, but it was just, I didn't know what to do at the point, but now I know that that's what I have to do. Ask for help when I need it. Exactly right there in that moment, whether it be from a professional psychiatrist or a therapist, to my mom, to my own friends. And the people that I've asked here, they're going through that consequence, those repercussions, you know, in jail. They're going through what I'm going through. Lockdowns. There's people, you know, sometimes, you know, like that they go hungry, like they go through this, they see the other side of the walls. Some people don't learn, but I learned 100% from my own mistakes. I advocate for myself that I learn from my own mistakes, and when I go out back into society, that's a no-go right there, for sure.
So you're 24 now.
I just turned 24, yes.
Yeah. So I'm going to challenge you a little bit, because we hear what you've said. We hear it all the time. We've had people before us today who are 35, who are 47, who are 56, and they keep saying the same thing, but yet there's a cycle that they find themselves back behind those walls. So the offender change that we're looking for is because we don't want to see you again. So I'm going to ask you to tell me about your release plan for your eventual release from that facility. You talked about your mother or a halfway house or a job with HVAC, interest in real estate, and then you had a job at Valvoline that you represented they'd be willing to have you back. What does your release plan today look like in terms of what you've put in place?
Back from that time, from that interview I had with Parole Officer Williams, I didn't come prepared. Like I didn't know, like when he called me down to A&D, I spoke to him, but it was like, oh my God, like out of nowhere. So obviously I had these ideas in my head of what I wanted to do, but it was all scattered. And like I had to get them together really quick, recollect and let him know. But now that I actually had time to, I've always thought about it. Like I said, I had time to, from that interview, from that day to now, I have those plans. Obviously I still want to go through with those, but I also want to go to school and pursue a degree in automotive engineering. That's how I know I'm going to secure my future and also secure my safety to not come back, because I'm not going to have time to do anything else but school, a part-time job, and go home. And then those programs that are, you know, obviously stipulated by the, you know, either, you know, my probation officer, parole officer, or the court. Those are the only things I'm gonna have time to do: school, part-time job, program, and then home. That's all I'm gonna have to do. I can have proof of my transcripts that I'm going to school. I really want to get all this done by, like, I want to get my degree in automotive engineering by 28, so I can start interning when I'm 28 and a half. And then by, like, you know, 29, 30, I'll have a solidified job in the engineering field and start making money in that field. Plus with the real estate, I already have my foot in the door. I'm an owner of one asset already. And I'm pretty good. My mom and I, we team up together. We do house hacking. I'm pretty sure you heard what that is before. House hack is when you live in a single family home and you rent out the other rooms and you have your tenants paying the mortgage and then you pay the bills. So essentially you're leaving for free, but you're not at the same time, but you're basically house hacking. So all those under my belt plus the engineering field, I feel like that would be a pretty good fit. Like definitely 100% I'll be secured longevity wise speaking. You know, because I know, like you said, everyone can say, oh, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. This beats like 10 times out of 10 all the time than just having a regular job outside. I'm gonna go outside and get a job and that's it. Because you're still gonna have time, you know, when you clock out that job, you're gonna have time to still get yourself in illegal activity, go out to the club, police activity, you know, police contact, all that, you know, and girlfriend problems, and I'm not gonna have time for that. And plus, my mom is she's a single mom out there because my father is deceased. Rest in peace to my father. She's out there alone, and it would be just selfish of me to come back here because every day I feel repentant every day. I think about it. I'm like, I left her out there alone. And I promised to myself that I'm never going to come back here for sure. There's going to be a reminder every day in front of me. I call my mom every day. That's the reminder, never come back. Plus the school, plus the part-time job, plus the programs. I feel pretty confident that this is never going to happen again. This is not going to be I'm not going to be a reoffender as I see a lot of my colleagues in here.
Do you have a girlfriend at the time? Right now?
Right now, no girlfriend.
So this is a big part of your history that is not good. So it says that you're currently in the domestic violence program scheduled to go through February. Can you tell me anything about the program that you've started and how that's going for you and any insight that you've gained?
Yeah, I actually, we finished that. I have the evaluation right here.
Okay.
I have the evaluation right here. So, and to tell you about the program, I actually learned, this is what I learned in the program. Hold it down. So I learned how to use better communication skills, utilizing I statements rather than you statements. For example, I statements are a way to reframe a question or a comment to make the person on the other end less defensive and more open to communicating on the matter. Another thing I learned is that my negative thinking is one of the single biggest factors in my pattern of abuse. With that being said, positive self-talk can influence my thinking, changing it in a way that will help me act out non-violently. That's what I've learned in that program. That's what I've learned. One of the biggest things in that. There's other ones like, you know, like cues, like, you know, you have to see the cues in yourself. To you know, there's timeouts versus walking away. There was different lessons that I went through, and I extrapolated all this knowledge. Like I said, I'm a sponge. I take all this with me. I didn't just go to the program and just to be there, get out the door. I got there and actually I utilized this to my advantage. I'm here.
Well, those are all important tools to model for future relationships. Moving back to the two previous relationships, what were the examples that you had in your life that made you think it was okay to put your hands on women and threaten and stalk and insert yourself in their lives when they had told you that they were done? What happened to you before that you thought that those behaviors were okay? Did you see them someplace? Were you told them?
I didn't know. I didn't know what to do. I reacted off emotion. And from the program, according to this program, domestic violence, that's the number one key factor in abuse. You're never supposed to act off emotion. You're always supposed to think before you do. And so that's what I failed to do back then. I always acted off emotion. I always felt I was an impulsive person. You know, I always thought, oh, this, you know, I did that, and it all just led to havoc. You know, it never turned out right. I always thought I was scared of them leaving me. You know, and regardless if it was a toxic situation or not, it still wasn't right at the end of the day. So I'm not justifying that this happened because it was a toxic relationship. It was wrong of me. It was wrong of me regardless, all the way. It doesn't matter if it was toxic or not. I should have said no. I should have walked away. I should have never even dealt with that. But I chose to engage in those behaviors because it's my choice.
There are two more questions. Based on those behaviors, how do you think those two women approach relationships today after what they went through with you?
Say that one more time, please.
How do you think the victims approach relationships now after what they've been through?
So I believe they probably honestly they probably do a background check on them, you know. They have to look through the red flags, see like, oh, let me they throw little subliminals out there on purpose to see how they would react and see if that triggers something like an emotion, distress, you know, like anything that could like see, look, oh, I can't mess with that dude. You know,
They're fearful and they lack trust. Those are two key elements. Fearful and lack trust because of the actions that and the relationship they had. We don't talk a lot about medical because this is a live meeting, but I noticed that you had programming and you've engaged in the community for certain programs with sessions. It doesn't say here whether they were successful or not, but are you comfortable acknowledging that you're going to need additional support in the community upon your eventual release?
of course.
All right, thank you for talking to me. I'm all set with my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Backel. Mr. Rodriguez?
I don't have a lot of questions, but just the one I wanted to ask is, this is such a serious offense that you committed, right? I mean, physically assaulted this girl, pulled her hair out, hit her with in the face with her elbow. What in the world were you thinking?
Like I was speaking to before, I didn't know what to. I reacted off emotions, plain emotions, spite.
See that,
and that right there it's incorrect. It's not supposed to happen. Right there, should have looked for help. Right there, you need to have help. You need, not should, you need.
And when you said, you know, I'm always interested in this toxic relationship thing. When you say a toxic relationship, is that a way of saying that it was both of your issues? Is that a way?
No, so
was it
when
toxic
I say
on your side, or was it toxic on her side, or was it?
So when I say toxic, I mean like toxic as in with my narcissistic behaviors. Always never taking accountability of my own actions. Like, you know, oh, like if I upsetted her or if she was upset about something, I would say it was, oh, it's because of you. It's because of you. It's because of you, never I. That's what it was. That was really toxic. That's right there created a toxic realm.
I'm glad you further explained that, because when I always hear that, it always seems to sound to me like there's the blame going two ways, and really we're looking at you and we're talking about your responsibility. And I'm glad you explained it that way.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't really have a lot of questions, Madam Chair. I wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you,
Delarosa.
So, Mr. Delarosa, you were really out of control out in the community. Stalking this girl, waiting at the train station for her, throwing her over your shoulder, and like, it was a lot. And I'm glad that this incarceration has really taught you that behavior will not be accepted in society, and that there are repercussions for your actions. I'm glad that you are maximizing your time there in the facility by engaging in programs to really help better yourself. It sounds like you've gained some insight I have to be honest with you that some of the answers that you gave to Parole Officer Williams, I was not happy with. And I'm glad I heard you say that you didn't know and all this stuff, but you said you felt rushed. I don't think that that's necessarily the case, but maybe you didn't have enough time to come up with the answers that you thought that you should have. But I don't think he would have rushed you, because I see in most of his reports that he's prepared for us, that people are saying, I don't want to elaborate. They don't have anything else to add. So at least that's what we've read. What you said things like you were in a toxic relationship and police got involved. You said your girlfriend was jealous and that you were talking to other girls. That's why the relationship was toxic. And then for the stalking and stuff, you were trying to get back with your ex-girlfriend. You also said that when you were out in the community, you had a ton of free time. And so it kind of fit into your MO to stalk these. They're two protective orders, two different people that you were engaging in this kind of behavior with. And unfortunately, Mr. Delarosa, it seems like people your age, you young people, you really think that this toxic kind of showing someone that you love them is how you show somebody that you love them. Do you agree with that statement? Like, I mean, it's not just you. It's your whole
Yeah.
I'm glad. Stuff.
No maturity.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm glad you said that, because that right there, it is normalized now. I'm not gonna lie, it's normal. Every time I talk to a friend, they're always telling me about something, about toxic behaviors like that. And I'm all about advocation. I would like to help. So I tell them, listen, don't do that, because use me as an example. Look where I am at. Look where I am at. You don't want to be here. And it goes in one ear, not the other, because once they get back with their girlfriend or whoever it may be, it's like I never said anything. And it's their choice at the end of the day, ultimately, to do it, to change. And
it's just
all I could do is help. All I could do is say, there's only so much I could do.
It's insanity. It really is. And why the heck did you keep driving? What all these reckless drivings? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then do you even have a license?
Yes, I have a license. Yes, it's that right there. It was more off of adrenaline, and that's why I even wanted to go into DUI, so I could see their perspective on driving compared to mine. And it kind of was a challenge to get into DUI, because they said, oh, your drug score has to be a 3, and mine was a 2. But I still insisted. And Ms. Rogers, thankfully, I got into it, and I actually learned in there. And DUI, there's actually anger management. And there's speaking about anger management and DUI, so I related that to my domestic violence as well. So it's kind of like taking 2 birds, 1 stone. And so there was one thing I learned in there. Neurotransmitters. Those are in your head, and that right there creates this drug called dopamine. It's a natural drug in you. So when those neurotransmitters,
I'm familiar, but I'm glad you're talking about it. I'm familiar, but go ahead.
When those neurotransmitters activate, it gives you like a yes, let's right now. And so that's when I engaged in that speeding. Plus I was, when they would chase me, mind you, it was like a 2 second pursuit. I was scared. I was like, oh, let's go. And so they arrested me on warrants, never on scene.
Well, it's just, you put everybody else at risk when you're driving like
that right there also too, I learned as well. I'm glad you brought that up as well. When you even if there was no one around, late at night, plain road highway, you put not only myself at risk, everyone else. A little girl, little guy, anybody can walk around in the street. No matter if it's in the highway, it doesn't matter where. It's the principle. It's the principle is what matters. Treat that treat that road like it's your street, your home street. Somebody could walk across, a dog could walk across.
Yeah.
And you'll kill him. You'll kill him. And then
You
eventually
will.
you're not only ruin their life, you're gonna ruin
Your own life.
my own life. And it's gonna be a domino effect.
Families.
It's
Yeah.
gonna affect their cousins, their sisters, godfather, everything. You know, and so that's what I also learned in that program as well. Always be looking around for the victims.
All right.
Everyone's a victim. Everyone's a victim. Everyone's a victim.
I think there are no victimless crimes. That's what you're trying to say, right? There are no victimless crimes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, so give us a few minutes to talk about your case, Mr. Delarosa.
Okay.
And we'll give you our decision, okay?
Okay.
So Mr. Delarosa just turned 24, and we're gonna start with talking about what he finished with, which is his age at the time of these offenses. And clearly his neurotransmitters were not firing at any point.
You've been firing too much.
They weren't firing at all. And, you know, I think that I've seen evidence of offender change. He's acknowledged everything that he was doing wrong in his life at that point. These are really serious charges, and the risk that he put the community at in committing them, whether it be the women in the relationships he had, the people that were driving on the road the days that he was driving, the bystanders witnessing him engaging in this toxic behavior. As he said, there are a lot of victims in the community. I believe that he is engaged in risk-relevant programming. He talked about actually advocating for himself to go into these programs, including the DUI, and he's currently in the domestic violence. He's working, and he has a moderate rate at this point with his age to recidivate. He has 7 years hanging over his head at this point.
Moderate rate? What do you say moderate?
I have moderate.
I have high.
I have high.
Oh, I had moderate.
16.
Right, so high. So he's at a high rate for his age too. He has shown that he has done programming out in the community to try to arrest some of these behaviors in the past, and that he's willing to do programming again. He has a release plan. He has an education plan. And he has some financial stability and career work-related pieces in place. So I believe the conversation has to evolve around the nature and circumstances, and whether we believe that his time spent at Carl Robinson to date is enough to prove to be a deterrent for future offenses and risk to public safety. And at this point, I can be convinced either way. Can we just get a confirmation on his parole eligibility date?
May 26th.
Okay.
25.
Parole eligibility. Okay. So, you know, with that parole eligibility date, he would have 3 months still in order to complete domestic violence, do other positive programming, and continue to prepare for release. Or, you know, based on nature and circumstance, we feel that he needs even more time in order to contemplate his life choices and then come out, which would be, you know, 18 months following that. So I'm interested in hearing from my colleagues.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I agree that the offenses are very serious, this particular matter. But having said that, he's taken programming. He's accepted responsibility today. He's very articulate in his presentation today. Talked about his goals about wanting to go to school, wanting to go to engineering, wanting to keep himself occupied. I sense a maturity in him, even though he's still very young, 24 years old. He did sound somewhat mature. And that may be because, you know, his current situation where he's at. I could support his discretionary parole in May of 2024.
I would. Yeah. I would support his discretionary rule as well. He was the only one that I really didn't have a decision for in this docket. And he's young. He has his entire life to turn around, so he can complete the programs and then go out at his eligibility. And the programs honestly are to benefit himself, not and society, but he needs to finish the programs. So he sounds good. So and then these are a lot of charges, and so if he doesn't get what he said he has gotten out of these programs, he'll be back.
Yeah.
So did we want to do behavioral management for DV in the community?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has to do that.
No contact with victims AR and VM.
I have ARC.
Yeah, ARC.
And BM or B or I don't know if it's MO. I don't know. They're two different names.
He's got it.
Yes, have a halfway house because the mother wasn't confirmed just in case. And because he has so many reckless drivings, I think he needs to get his parole officer's permission.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, just way too many. So, all right. With regard to Andrew Delarosa, 446611, I move to grant discretionary parole on his earliest eligibility date, May 26, 2025, with the following conditions in addition to the standard parole conditions. You are to participate in domestic violence in the community. Actually, I'm going to start with these are contingent upon your completing these programs that you're already in. I know domestic violence ends in next month, right?
He said he finished it.
Oh,
I finished it. I finished it. I'm just waiting for you guys to finish. I have the evaluation right here from Mr.
Oh, you
O'Bannon.
did say that. That's right. I forgot. Sorry, it's been a long day and I'm hungry.
It's okay.
But anyway, and I wrote it down.
Yeah.
All right, anyway, so,
long day, man.
I know. So, I move to grant discretionary parole on his, eligibility date, May 26, 2025, with domestic violence in the community, no driving without the parole officer's permission, no contact with your victims. There are several initials, but I'm going to say them all. ARC, you know who that is, right?
Yes,
And BM.
yes.
Have an outstanding protective order on both of them.
Yeah, so it's a lifetime. And we are going to put the halfway house just in case it's needed because of his mother was not confirmed. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. So, Mr. Delarosa, you'll receive all of this in writing shortly, sir. Make sure you get in contact with your mom before you're released because we couldn't get in contact with her to confirm that she will sponsor you. So the halfway house is just in case. All right. Good luck to you.
Good luck.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for having me up. Appreciate you.
Here for Andrew Delarosa, 446611. And this includes the Marrero.